You want to know all the secrets of grandmasters? You want to watch all current tournaments and know everything about chess history? Levitov Chess World is much more than everything above. Unique documentaries about Garry Kasparov, Vladimir Kramnik, and many other legends of chess. Streams from the biggest tournaments. World Championship, Magnus vs. Nepomniachtchi, commented by Peter Svidler, Evgenij Miroschnichenko. The Candidates Tournament, Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Exclusive interviews, Daniil Dubov, Viswanathan Anand, Jean-Christophe Duda, Alexander Grishuk, and of course, awesome educational videos with elite international chess coaches. Play chess, love chess, and subscribe now. New video every week. Turn on notifications and don't miss all the exciting moments of the chess world.
Турнирчик, перерыв, отдыхаешь, потом опять турнир, то есть, ну так невозможно.
Раньше можно было придумать новинку и год ее держать, чтобы сыграть ее.
Да.
Ее еще печатали там в информаторе.
Я, кстати, с Грищуком у меня такое было.
Да?
Могу показать.
Покажи.
Ты Грищук. Я показываю.
Ты Грищук.
А, ну да.
Ну, понимаю. Я бы и сам так сыграл.
А, ну да. Ну я пошел b4, я смотрю, там он как-то как на меня смотрит. И
Смотри.
что там будет ферзевым?
Я придумал...
Без ферзя играл, Саша?
Где ферзь?
Пожалуйста.
Ферзь у представителей
Я придумал
Федерации.
новинку за 3 года до партии с Грищуком.
Какой это год?
Это слон G5, как обычно, да?
Это
Например.
17-й год. Не, вру. 7-й год.
Ага.
Седьмой.
7-й. Мне было 17 лет, я играл с Грищуком.
Так.
Белыми. И придумал новинку.
Так.
F3, конь c6, слон f2. Так, сейчас придется смотреть.
Уже не 2007 год.
Прошу заметить.
Секундочку.
Мне 17... все, я все помню. Опять ферзь d2, конь g6, конь d5.
Так.
Конь d5. Я играю конь d5, он типа съедает здесь слон d4,
Так.
слон бьет d4, конь бьет d4, конь c7, король d7, конь бьет a8, король c6. Кажется, что конь у белых погибает.
Но.
А4. И на слон d7 a5, ладья бьет a8, ладья a4.
И что?
Черные вынуждены вернуть назад, ну как-то, я не знаю, как вариант показываю, конь c5, b4. Белые выигрывают, соответственно, с лишним качеством остаются. Дальше сложная борьба, там у него была компенсация,
Обалдеть.
и я выиграл.
Так.
Мне было 17 лет.
Так.
А почему мы это все вспомнили?
Я вот тоже думаю, что
Новинку нет, ты придумал новинку.
придумал новинку.
Ты ее долго держал, что ли?
Я ее держал 3
А,
года.
вот какую-то
3
новинку.
Я
года?
готовил этот вариант против Гельфанда в турнир был Памплона, испанский город, 2004 год. А Гельфанд вышел в русскую со мной.
А что, после этого с тобой никто не выходил в...
Ну держал, ну реально держал 3 года.
3 года?
Да.
Обалдеть.
А сейчас так невозможно просто. Я в 14 лет очень сильно переживал за век.
Серьезно?
Не, ну это такое.
Потом сыграл... Кстати, моя первая партия с Владимиром Борисовичем. Мне, значит, 14 лет, меня пригласили в Дортмунд. Я приехал. Первая партия, черными играю с Крамником. Готовился там просто вообще, не знал, что делать, что играть. У него все проанализировано. И он мне на 14-м ходу белый ничью.
Тут ты понял, что не все так страшно, да?
Понял, Владимир Борисович свой человек.
Тестостерон падает, по-моему, на 1% потом каждый год с определенного возраста. Я не знаю, это сборная России имеет отношение или нет.
Это никакого не имеет отношения к сборной России.
Нет, по-моему, нет.
По футболу.
С тестостероном у меня все нормально. Тут вопросов, я ж бегаю для этого.
Это ни о чем не говорит.
Не, бег очень помогает.
Ну там непонятно,
Невероятно
там
влияет.
есть минусы, потому что там дофамин вырабатывается в огромных количествах.
Но
И потом
тестостерон
уже начинается,
влияет
потом уже начинается
нереально.
Паркинсон. То есть тестостерон хороший,
Спасибо,
все
дорогой.
хочешь,
Спасибо, дорогой.
но трясешься. Это проблема.
Ну ладно, наконец-то мы остались. Даем, давай, блицок. Блицок играем?
Давай.
Давай.
Где часы?
Нет, часов. Просто так.
Бро, ты издеваешь, как не играть без часов. Это уже непонятно, блин, один будет думать полчаса.
Подожди, давай как Алехин, 5 секунд на ход. У него были такие партии, что он говорил, что 5 секунд на ход максимум.
А в чем у нас перерыв тогда? Сережа, какие-то другие часы, подожди.
Так, ладно, сейчас ты там себе приплюсуешь.
Я наоборот себе меньше поставил. Как интеллигентный человек.
А мне там давай уже. Не надо мне 3 минуты ставить.
5. Они ходят, да?
Рокировка. Словно 7. Владей один важный ход, чтобы на g6 был ход d4.
G6 я не видел.
Расскажи про свою партию с Домингосом в этом варианте.
А это не такая была. Это вообще не та. Ты что-то перепутал.
Нет, у тебя была партия с Домингосом.
Перепутаted.
У тебя была партия с Домингосом.
Ой.
Так.
Не по там время вообще идет. Я думал
не
на
важно.
время играть, но не получилось. Снова не получилось играть с Сережей на время.
Со мной на время играть невозможно.
Задавилкин. Хороший чувак был Задавилкин. Так.
Так, начинается.
Начинается конкретика.
Ну здесь сам понимаешь.
В принципе, да, лучше получил.
Кто?
Ты.
Так.
Какой, а? Какой? Стример.
Да я что-то зря уже не то сыграл. Ну ладно.
Мне понравилось название. Зря не то сыграл. Ну давай так, ладно.
Wait.
Wait a little bit for me.
Don't push the horses.
Too hard.
Побил. Так уж.
Слушай, блин. Налетелку.
Так. Владя d1.
Смотри, какой, а? Нападалкин.
Ты посмотри на позицию-то.
Я боюсь.
На слона f8 посмотри. Ой, g6. Ой, что за ход. Слон e4.
Смотри, как давит, а давит.
Давай.
Стратег.
Ай. Так.
Мне нравится, что время не идет. Что, 4 минуты осталось?
Побил.
Это была моя единственная надежда.
А вот теперь смотрите, классическая ситуация с двойным ударом. Ферзь d2 нападает на коня d7 и пешку f4.
Какое.
Это классика.
Говорила мне бабушка, надо меньше пить.
Кто пил?
Не слушал.
Я пил чай.
А я-то пил не чай.
Побил?
Силен.
Ходи. Илья вернулся. Зря ты.
Илья Авербух.
Я с ним в футбол играл, кстати. Замечательный.
С Авербухом или с Авербахом?
Я
Я играю король
вообще
h1, и я теперь объясняю идею. Я хочу пойти конь e3, конь бьет e5, конь d5, и на конь f3 нет шаха.
Так, ладно. Так как идея я очень плохо воспринимаю с детства, я пойду слон G7.
Зачем я это сделал? Ладно. Ладно.
Обезьяны, крокодилы. О. И веселый попугай.
Вина тебе налить, что?
О. Обезьяны, крокодилы. О.
Микрофон? Включил?
Побил.
Силен.
Ну тут ничья, ладно. Так. Чуть-чуть давлю, конечно, но не сильно.
Давлю-ка я.
Так, а что происходит
Интересно здесь.
А что происходит? Я буду пока
Обезьяны,
рассказывать, что
крокодайлы.
происходит в матче на первенство мира.
Который никому не интересен уже просто. Даже самим игрокам.
Да, там ничего не происходит. А мы где остановились? Король Е2, конь d6, конь c d6,
Считает. Он там одно говорит, другое делает совершенно.
h5, слон f8.
Туда пошел.
Не так понятно,
О,
кстати.
какой
Ох, как.
королевская штука.
Не, ну а как? Все
Подожди, что делать-то? Какая-то странная позиция. Возникла.
Тут как бы вот ладья d1 следующим ходом, у черных слабости, король не защищен. Ну здесь ферзь f3.
Силен.
Блин, ну я зевнул.
Да, не получить там спонсорство в Роснефти.
Ферзь.
Конь c4.
Я сильно играю пьяный. Я так выиграл пару турниров, но никому не
Подожди,
говорил.
ладно. Так пошел.
Не, ну это не... Что это? Вот как он на матч вышел. Я думаю,
Ферзь 6 пошел.
это нечестно. Даже здесь, видимо, у меня есть какой-то ход. Это непонятно какой уже. Карякин, ты что делаешь?
Обидно. Стыдно.
Конечно,
Я ферзь 3 пошел, сразу
Стыдно.
конь e5 увидел.
Стыдно.
Стыдно.
Давай подумаем, что здесь можно еще сделать.
Какой приятный звук от часов шахматных, да, какой-то из...
Да вот в нормальные шахматы играем, не то что.
Конечно.
Сереж, ты такое любишь? Я просто думаю, пойти такой ход или нет, просто для прикола. Такой, видишь вообще?
Ладец
У меня просто идея такая возникла. Может так пойти или нет? Вот так просто можешь пойти или нет? Просто объясни мне. Это может пройти вообще теоретически.
А что, я побью.
Ладья h4?
Так, подожди, я думал, ты ферзь хочешь. Ладья.
Я не могу досчитать просто реально. Слишком много выпили. Для того, чтобы читать такие варианты. Если я не ошибаюсь, защиты нет. Ну такое не может быть.
Подожди,
Еще что-то найдет.
Так, сейчас нет.
Серег,
что
давай,
грозит?
умоляем. Говорит ладья h4.
Вау.
Не, ну это просто другой уровень. Это не то, что матч, который вы смотрите. Это вообще другой уровень.
Подожди. Ладья d6, ферзь f2, ладья e2. Ферзь f2 просто, да? Так.
Это гениально совершенно. Если это проходит, я считаю, что это просто... Во-первых, кооператив какой? Кооператив Москва.
Кооператив Москва.
Там какая-то есть, да? Другая история.
Ну, кооперативов много было в 90-е.
Блин, я аж вспотел. Ладно, я сыграю на красоту. Хрен с ним, это
Может, это
проигрывает.
нашел, может, это нашел.
Это проигрывает.
Что-то колоссальное нашел. Я его знаю.
Блин. Это ж надо такое.
Слушай, а реально, что здесь ходить?
Ладно, я побил.
Хорошо, так, например.
И тут подумаем.
И теперь у меня есть... Или нет? Ладно, так ушел.
Ёлки-палки. Зверь какой-то. А что это такое? Серега, пили мы вместе вроде.
Красиво.
Пили чай.
Красиво.
Напал на
Я
ферзя.
не понял.
Ну, побил, ладно, хорошо.
А, ты в смысле в целом тебе просто не очень.
Мне не очень позиция.
Подожди, что это такое вообще?
Подожди, а чей ход?
Мой вообще, я могу побить ферзя. Я его, по крайней мере, вижу. Это уже хорошо. Так, если я побил... Подожди, что я делаю? Я взял? Я пошел так, наверное.
Ну,
Ничего себе.
так.
Ах ты! Какой? Так?
Ладно. Еще и предложил.
В смысле? Мы же не на матче. Мы же реальные шахматисты. Не, Сереж, здесь я, честно, технически, я думаю, осилю эту позицию выиграть даже в таком состоянии. Ну, кого я обыграл в таком состоянии? Ой, я обыграл этого. Ну, не будем называть, что турниры поймут, какие турниры были.
Карпа.
Каспаров,
Так, друзья, но мы продолжаем отслеживать,
неприятно.
следить за ситуацией в матче на первенство мира между Магнусом Карлсоном и Яном Непомнящим. Продолжается пятая партия, позиция равная. У Яна полчаса, у Карлсона, господи, 25 минут. Ничего не происходит.
Подожди, конь e5, почему не конь e5? Конь e5?
Не знаю, бро, ты слишком далеко считаешь. Так нас не учили. Ёлки-металки.
А ты видишь,
Говорят,
что
на Западе.
ладья застряла на d2?
Да. Вижу.
Блин, надо
Смотришь,
было
творит
на 5 h4 надо было пойти, был хороший ход.
У тебя флаг упал. Я извиняюсь.
В смысле?
Да, это партия, конечно. Я не знаю, что там было просто в Битишпиле. Что-то нереально.
В информацию, пожалуйста, партию.
Да, пожалуйста, запишите, пожалуйста, все, кто смотрел стрим.
Да. Срочно
Что ты
проанализировать
оставляешь?
на
Давай
всех
партию оставим.
каналах.
Так,
каналах.
а я думал, все. Илья же сказал,
ладно,
надо
мы
быть
пошли.
партия. Слушайте, они бесконечно идут, по-моему.
Да, их невозможно
Их не остановить.
да. А ты знаешь, кстати, история? У меня была ситуация по работе не очень веселая.
Я остановил их.
Да, была ситуация по работе, ну, в 2000-х годах.
Я
не
посмотрел,
очень,
знаешь, как
не очень веселая, но реально опасная
Как
ситуация.
будто на реабилитации.
Слежка,
Так.
что-то такое. И одновременно дикое увлечение шахматами.
За тобой следили? Уже за тобой.
Уже
обратите
за мной,
внимание.
да. И в какой-то момент я еду в машине,
Так,
и вдруг
24.
слышу,
Часы можно обратно в музей поля чудес?
да, и
Тем более
слышу
закрыли передачу.
вдруг вот такой звук в машине.
Так.
Ну, я все думаю, как бы конец.
I'll just keep silent, so you'll never figure out if
I
you're
think
muted
I'm
or not.
live now, and that should be a bit better. I did have to restart the machine, and it seemed to have misrecognized my mic for a second, but I think we're good now.
I don't know what you've done, Peter, but I look much better. I mean, obviously, it has nothing to do with me not drinking for a couple of days.
Yeah, that
You just adjusted and put on some filters on.
clearly, only
your
the filters
machine.
can be the explanation for that. And welcome to what we expect to be the final long weekend of the match. The way the match has been going, obviously, it would be really cool if Jan, let's say if Jan wins today, there is obviously an injection of excitement in the proceedings, and hope kind of springs anew and all that. But even Sergey Karjakin, who is one of the most optimistic people I've ever known,
Yeah, kind of full of hope and stuff. Yeah, but
during Game 10, he started talking about Jan, playing a good game of chess instead of Jan winning the title, which I think is it's a really, he is -3 with 4 to go, so it's not a shocker that, at least for today, the expectations have to be adjusted downwards a little bit. But, on the other hand, I have seen some kind of staggering things on Twitter in respect to, people's expectations of what will happen today, because, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that Jan will try his hardest to, not allow the game to become dry out of the opening, and just in general to play as hard for the win as possible today. And people were actually suggesting that he might want 2 short draws and just to go home.
People on Twitter understand.
Yeah, they understand life very,
What
very.
can I say? I mean, kind of as the collective mastermind. I think Twitter works just well.
Yeah, it was a little bit shocking, honestly, to me. And I've seen many kind of bizarre things on Twitter, but the suggestion that a person playing the World Championship match might not even try, to win a game when you can still win the match if you win a couple in a row somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, Twitter, I know the place. I mean, people on Twitter told me that Dogecoin goes to $1, So there's been a lot of interesting theories on Twitter lately.
And obviously, I mean, the two middle-aged men complaining about Twitter, we can obviously do this for hours and potentially...
For living. We could do it for living, Peter. I mean, but basically that's what we eat.
Yeah, for days on end. But as for the game that we're expecting today, opening guesswork is very difficult. Jan has already not played 1e4 in Game 9, which is a reasonable indication that maybe they are kind of tired of the Spanish. Who knows what he'll do today? I think the opening is only relevant in as much as he absolutely needs to make sure that by move 15 there is a reasonably fresh position on the board that ideally Magnus, but honestly, even if both of them know nothing about the position on move 15, I think
it's better than another anti-Marshall for sure.
And apparently Alexander Morozevich, who is definitely better at chess and understands chess better than most people on Twitter, I would say. Apparently he also suggested that 2 short draws are not out of the question. I wonder what he knows that I don't know, because really, nothing in Jan's character suggests to me that he will not try.
I mean, unless he has some insider who mentioned it. Well, perhaps, I mean, you can imagine sort of a meltdown after such a horrendously played like games. I mean, when he lost 2 consecutive ones, I don't quite remember what games those were. Was it game 8, game 7, game
8 and 9,
right?
yeah. 7 was
Eight
was
and
a kind
nine,
of a
okay,
sane
whatever.
draw, and yeah, 8 and 9 were kind of horrible.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Jan's kind of mental state is. I mean, it played, I think, a large part in particular in the way game 8 was played, and then I mean everything flows from that. But yeah, I mean, Jan is an extremely ambitious person, and
Well, actually, Peter, returning to this monster game, the 8 hours game. I mean, I believe you still remember it, like maybe not in a great detail, but because yesterday I had a bit of a discussion. What was the worst decision maybe in the entire match by Jan, chess-wise? Okay, I mean, yeah, one could argue then he should have drunk coffee instead of tea or whatever. This we'll never know. Yeah, but chess-wise, and it all breaks down obviously to this one game, and then there are questions like when he played Queen E4, allowing
the
this
exchange sack.
Rook
Yeah,
A3. That would be my guess.
I mean,
perhaps.
it's a bit harsh, but like it's. I suspect it's not such a horrible decision in quote unquote objective terms, but yeah, it just seemed strange to allow Magnus what looked like exactly what he wanted out of that position. But yeah, there were a number of decisions during that game which seemed confusing, I think, to the observer. Queen E4, I think. I would say it's probably not the worst move he made in that game, but it's maybe.
No, but I mean, it should be rated quite high in terms of impracticality, right? Because you're never better in this type of positions. So you cannot make an excuse, okay, I was trying to confuse my opponent and try to play for a win. So you're never better after Rook A3.
It's I think it's the one that I could understand the least. It's I don't think it's such a horrible move, but it's a move that, like, for me personally, I would be very much against making. Like, if I were playing that position with black, I would think I stand a much better chance of, coming out of this unscathed if I keep, my tactical options open, and if I don't allow exactly the endgame that he allowed by playing Queen E4. But, I mean, all of this is kind of well-discussed ground. Can you show us the position? Yeah, if you can deal with the... I apologize, there will be blank spaces on your screen there for a second, but I can show the position, sure.
This is the position, says Lorinda, obviously hitting at the starting position. So basically,
yeah, I'll bring up that position the moment. The moment
so
it
there
all
was
refreshes.
Yeah. Okay, not that position, but that game for sure.
I need to get the moves. Maybe if it's not live, I don't appear to be able to scroll through the moves weirdly.
You should be able to.
Yeah, it's working. It's working kind of weirdly for me right now. I should be able to, but it's like it opens the final position and then doesn't allow me.
But if you click on the game, I mean, shouldn't there be like a moves list of some sort?
Nope, not currently. Which is
okay. This viewer thingy apparently has changed since the last time I used it.
The moves have disappeared. Let me try something, because we do still have time. I can probably deal with it. So we do it this way, and once again,
brilliant.
And once again, I apologize because your screen.
Your
screen will now look a bit weird for a second, but I will get there. So we're talking about game 6. And we're talking specifically about a very weird practical choice here of... You could just basically pass in this position. You don't have to commit to anything. The big trick here being that white would very much like to attack the pawn on a3. But if you play knight... Let's say if I play king g8 here, for instance, and you play knight c2. Bishop e5 is extremely strong here, attacking the rook on a1. And... sacrificing the same exchange with the knight on a3 and not on d4, of course. First of all, white just loses a piece here. But even if white didn't lose the piece, black probably has a very good chance of never allowing this knight to come back to good squares. And it seems like if you just continue passing here, I don't know if king g8 is the best way to do it, but it's definitely one of the ways to do it. If you continue passing, it's extremely difficult, perhaps even just flat out impossible for white to achieve any progress. It's not. You can never term a move queen e4 a blunder, but in practical terms, I think it was sort of a blunder. It barely drops the computer evaluation because the computer still thinks this is equal. The computer will still make a draw here with black. It's just that making that draw becomes just so much more difficult. That's the one we were talking about. That's the one we were talking about.
Okay, people obviously suggest e4, e5, f4 is an opening choice.
Yeah, of course they do, and it would be fun to see today, but I think there are better ways to kind of go all in with white, without actually compromising your position to such an extent that you have to fight for equality from move 3. And we've discussed it. Earlier. I think actually it sounds a bit silly, but I think the fact that he recorded the course on the King's Gambit pretty much completely rules out the King's Gambit. Because the only way you could do this is if you could be reasonably sure it's a surprise. And having recorded the course and then having won a game against Alireza Firouzja in Stavanger using the King's Gambit, you can no longer expect a reasonable person to not have spent half a day checking.
And when the surprise element disappears, it's all of a sudden becomes far less attractive, the King's Gambit, because
you can still play it, but with very, very low expectations, and it's just not feasible. C3 d4 Italian, some sort of an. Sorry, I don't know why the Italian starts with knight f3 these days.
No,
it could be, but why do it? The issue with this as well is that there is a.
How about these Kavozov Gambit?
So that's
d4, e4, b4,
here,
right?
Yeah, I'm guessing the issue with that as well is that people have probably it's been played by Skorts, but then it was played by Dubov against Karjakin, right?
Yeah, the Dubov Karjakin.
And once Dubov does something, everybody will spend a little bit of time checking, because we all by this point respect and value Daniel's impact on the opening theory a great deal. E5 knight f3 so far played. No King's Gambit for us. We'll see if the Spanish can. I still think it probably is some kind of. Excellent. Because to me this suggests actually maybe something like the Evans, because I think Magnus will be quite happy. Magnus doesn't even allow the Evans. But he allows 95 though.
No.
I think, interesting. I was going to say, in the context of this game, don't you want to play knight g5 here?
Oh, wait a second. Is knight g5 even playable?
Why wouldn't it be? What do you mean?
And you mean just take the pawn? I mean, what move are you playing? Like c6 takes to f1 and knight to h3?
Bishop.
No, it's done.
Bishop d3 has been.
Yeah, Bishop d3. I think it's kind of throughout.
Yeah, they've analyzed it to the absolute death of it. Yeah, maybe Bishop e2, knight h3 or something. I don't know.
Bishop e2, h6, knight h3, and I'm not even sure. Bishop c5 used to be the move, and then kind of the old school kind of Malanyuk move g5 still exists, and then you just play for positional compensation, right? You go g5, I think you put the bishop on g7, just say, okay, I'm a pawn down, who cares?
Yeah, all of this is possible. Jan instead chooses, what is this? How did this happen? Let me get rid of those moves. Those moves definitely did not happen. Jan instead chooses the sort of the classical gioco piano. An interesting kind of subplot here is, does Magnus actually castle without playing h6? Because obviously those things are very playable, but they also are among the sharpest possible lines of the gioco piano, like all of the positions like this one, or a6 or a5, and then eventually Vlad plays g5, and it becomes a kind of a free-for-all. Apologies.
Yeah. But still, like, one shouldn't get overexcited with the sharpest lines of a dullest opening ever.
Yeah,
Right.
that is fair, yeah. But Magnus goes
A5.
a5, which
Okay.
which obviously is a thing they do a great deal in the Gioco Piano these days. The idea is to sort of completely stop the modern way of playing the Gioco Piano. In particular, if you take the a6 lines, white very, very often will be playing b4 and a4 later, gaining some space on the queen side. So by playing a5, we're saying nope to all that. But we do open some additional avenues for white, of course. Knight a3, b5 might become a topic. Like if you, after rook e1, for instance, which is what Jan played instantly, if you play bishop a7, you are kind of waving a very, very large, red rag in front of the bull here, because this becomes at least one possibility. I wouldn't say...
It's
and bishop
played.
a7 played, yeah. And Magnus actually is clearly... I mean, I don't want to read too much into it, but not castling until white kind of declares they're not playing bishop g5 does indicate that Magnus doesn't want to play the absolute sharpest, the absolute messiest lines of the opening, which I think is very sensible. I mean, why would he? He doesn't need any additional excitement today. I guess after knight a3, he just, I don't know, maybe even something like h6, knight b5, bishop b6, and claims that the knight on b5 is also not very smart, because later it can be driven away by knight e7 and c6, something like that. Knight a3 also played. I was kind of doubting myself there. I was not sure this is any good, honestly, but Jan seems to think it's okay.
What's the reason for bishop a7, people ask?
You need to make a move. Like, you need to find a useful move here, because as I mentioned, this is not bad. It might even be good, but the positions do become unbelievably sharp here. Like, you play normally continues something like you play g5, here bishop g3, you play knight h7, white goes like knight h1, I don't know, h5, h4, g4, knight h2, then knight e3. Like, it could become horribly, horribly messy. This is not forced, but it's like a general outline of what the position might look like in 5 moves time if you castle. You can play h6 to avoid all of those issues, but sidestepping the move d3, d4 in general, I think is considered to be quite useful.
Yeah, I would describe it like this. So you have a variety of options of which you are not sure.
Mhm.
You don't know if you want to
Mhm.
play h6. You don't know if you want to castle yet, but the bishop on c5 will sooner or later be pushed away, right? So that's why you just make this move. You wait for white to kind of clarify his intentions, and then you choose between your options. It does allow knight a3, knight b5 with the tempo, so it is...
There's definitely
not-
trade-offs. Whatever you choose here, there's definitely a trade-off going on. And people are suggesting h6 has been... I mean, h6 is a very normal move in this position. And as Carjakin correctly said, white generally, with the king still on e8, wants to avoid playing h3 here, because this does invite this kind of play very,
G5,
very strongly.
G4. And by the same token, white almost never plays bishop G5 before black castled, right? I mean, like you go bishop A7, white technically could have gone bishop G5, but then H6.
Once again, you're really,
G5.
and you start remembering all those old Chigorin games, like even...
Yeah, like knight takes h4, knight takes probably this time around you just take here.
Like it might even work for black for all we know. All these kinds of things we've seen in our children's books. They all work much better when the king is still on e8 and the rook is still on h8. So you do want to wait for black to castle before you go for the bishop g5 pin. Interesting that Magnus insta played knight a3 and then started. Onsta played bishop a7 and then started thinking about knight a3. Body language expert here. Hey Bivish. Jan looks insecure, like he knows he's... Hang on. Already that sentence doesn't make any sense. What do you mean Jan looks insecure, like he knows he's in for a fight? Those two things are sort of diametrically different, like opposite. And also, you've already been proven wrong because he already left the board after going knight a3. But I do, like, every time there is a sentence starting with body language expert here, I'm sort of contractually obliged to read it out.
I believe it's a it's a meme.
Yeah, and I'm participating in it willingly, but still, I got more upset than usual with the content of the body language expertise there. H6 played sort of as expected. We thought Magnus probably doesn't want to allow those types of positions today. Do we even play knight b5? Maybe we just pretend to play knight b5 and then go knight c2 and then knight e3 or something like that.
We can do that, yeah.
Yeah, when will the drinking commence? This is a very good question. I somehow am not currently prepared for the drinking to commence because I have conflicting emotions about today's game because earlier today I gave my I mean that sounds a little bit weird because, and also like I wasn't the one doing that, his dad was there, but my best friend got married today and there was a ceremony which we attended and then everybody proceeded to the
I didn't chat. I mean, for yes, so just to let you know, it
wasn't
me.
Yeah, it wasn't me. It was my school friend who I've known for it will be 40 years soon that we know each other. The poor kid, my condolences. No, I think he's quite okay with the decision. And then they have all gone to the the after party. After the very officious looking event that we all attended, and I went home to do commentary on this. Lucky me. So I wouldn't mind a kind of a short tactical fight today, which ends like by move 39 and mutual time trouble.
You should be happy, Peter. You've kind of avoided all the cringe stuff. Wait, I mean, you're with me commentating chess game.
No, like
for Twitter, for Twitch chat. So you did not, after all, you did not avoid all the cringe stuff.
With you is excellent, and actually even commentating on a chess game is fine. It's just that I would like to be there because it is somebody who I like and treasure quite a bit, and it's a big day for him. But here we are. But as I said, if they play a game of like reasonable length today, there is still an option of taking a cab and going and indulging in some drinking later on. So what do we think? It seems like we're committed to playing knight b5, but we aren't. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing with this piece on b5. We've seemingly gained some tempi, but we might have to lose them back after, as we mentioned, knight e7 and c6.
Yeah, that's what I was questioning myself. What does the knight on b5 do apart from kind of quote unquote winning a tempo in immediate, right? But what's then?
Yeah, it's
does it really help me to play like? Yeah, I mean, I could think of playing d4.
Yeah.
Here.
I guess they castle, right? The one thing.
Yeah.
Like there's a way to sort of pretend to stop c6 after knight e7. Let's say if I play a4 here, which is a very. I'm basically doing this to just illustrate one single point, which isn't even a particularly good point, but. In a position like this, I mean, first of all, the pawn on e5 is hanging, but maybe black has knight g4. But what I want to say is I can play queen b3, and at least for the time being, I'm stopping c6 because I have knight takes d6. But my feeling is I will not be able to stop it forever. So all of this feels kind of very unforced. Very unforced. But apart from d4, I really don't understand what this knight is even, helping us achieve. I would much rather actually have it on c2 and e3. And I think when the original explosion in popularity of the Gioco piano started happening, which was, I think, maybe 7, 8-ish years ago, when I think Vladimir Kramnik was one of the early ones to start playing it with white very seriously.
I would argue it happened maybe 200 years ago. I mean, before they've discovered you can actually play c3, d4.
Fair point, yeah. But I mean the current one, the one that we're observing now.
The another loop, the another cycle, yeah.
There was definitely a plan of people weren't playing a5 all that much, but let's say in this position, I think there was a game between Wesley So and Vishay where Wesley went for this plan. He went knight a3 in some kind of position like this, and then knight c2, and traded the bishop on e3, but sorry, but with a view of recapturing on e3, not with the rook, but with the knight from c2. So we can definitely do this here as well. We can go something like knight c2, bishop e3. I think with the pawn on a5, it's much less problematic for black, though. If you continue this line for a sec, like we do this, and black just does something like rook e8 and then bishop e6. The fact that we haven't gained any space on the queen side at all seems like black is relatively untroubled here. We'll see. We'll see. Those are the two obvious options, yeah. Having played knight a3, you kind of have to do something with that piece. Get yourself tested, bruv, says our favorite chatter. I have. Do you think I would have, with a kind of a strange, weird cough, you think I would have gone to a public gathering without actually testing myself?
Yeah, kind of bishop b5, knight c4. I'm not sure if it works that well here, but it would be the answer to why black didn't go bishop e6 instead of bishop a7.
Yeah, I guess we can do maybe even immediately something like this. So we could wait for a move as well. I can castle first and then maybe go knight e7. Seems slow, and I guess
this pawn's not hanging. Yeah, bishop c6, knight a5, bishop f2.
Yeah, I don't think this is a good trade for white. Like
it's not.
I could imagine. Like maybe if we could play, I will just pass for a bit with black. Like if we could play all of these moves at once.
Yeah, and b5 and a5.
Maybe then, and maybe then,
and then h3 and. Yeah, quite a few moves needed.
But yeah, obviously black will not be passing in the meantime, so you're not getting all of this wonderful advances on the queen side. Um, 1 in 50. That seems very low for the current standings. I mean, for the current, I can't even speak, but 1 in 50 seems very, very low. With only 57, whatever it is, a 57 behind with 8 wickets in hand. That seems. I would be taking your bets at this particular rate. Neil. As usual, we can start discussing the weird timings, like having gotten here so quickly. Why is Jan not continuing to play extremely fast?
Have you, Peter, played a wonderful game of Go?
I was.
There is also this question also addressed to the other guy, but I do not know who the other guy is.
What?
So have you tried?
I was gifted a Go set when I was like 7, and I made an effort to learn the rules, but I've never played even like half seriously. And it feels like I'm missing out. Like, considering the amount of gaming I do in general, you would think I'd play something that is.
But that's nerdest thing ever, it seems.
What, Go?
Yeah, I mean, I've tried it myself, and even kind of read the book. Believe it or not, I mean, I do read from time to time. And by the way, it was named in a nice way. I mean, it's just just a kind of the book you'd pick some tactical tricks from, and it's called the book on life and death. Obviously,
and
I mean, that's
Neil
very...
with the appropriate comment there. I wanted to play Go, but I didn't have the stones. Yeah, Neil is.
Yeah, the only Go game we've played was Pokemon Go.
I didn't even play that. Yeah, Neil played that. I haven't. Yeah,
I mean, you absolutely should, because that's the future. I mean, the augmented reality is the future.
Well, I mean,
so start before it's not too late.
we could kind of continue a bit of an arc on
the metaverse future.
No, it's just that I've already made that joke once on air, but that was like ages ago, and I think with Gusti, where I kind of referred in a semi-joking way to the fact that the original Pokemon Go app is traceable to a company which is basically a reasonably well-known CIA contractor. And, considering...
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, considering how much of, the mapping of your surroundings that app does, the theory that it's a CIA-induced mass craze which allows for better surveillance is not entirely ridiculous. And also, I'm Russian, so I'm supposed to believe every single stupid conspiracy theory that exists.
Man, I mean, remember the April of 2020 when, in order to get a cab to go to whatever grocery store or a hospital or whatever, you had to register on some specific website and get yourself the QR code. I mean, at least there was the thing.
I don't live in Moscow. None of that applies to me. But
you couldn't freaking get a cab. I mean, never mind the public transportation.
Yeah, but
so the surveillance thing is out of the way by now. We've lost this war.
I know. But what I will say is that, like, obviously, I'm saying this half in jest, but not the part about the company having very serious ties to the CIA. Like, all of that is basically on the Wikipedia page. If you trace the people who worked on the game, some of the companies very much involved in the making of the game have been and are well documented to be CIA
What do you
contractors.
think of Zuckerberg? Is he a lizard?
He might. Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, one of the less weird conspiracy theories making the rounds right now. If you want to believe something, believing that Zuckerberg is our lizard overlord is.
Yeah, it's not stretching it too far.
I mean, there's definitely stranger things out there.
There are stranger things people believe in.
Absolutely. So yeah, I don't particularly care. So like I suspect not, but simply because like I prefer not to spend too much of my time thinking about Mark Zuckerberg. But that's just me. I love the clip where he says, "I was a human," says Linus. Yeah, I suspect if you actually decide to watch like his congressional testimony, you can find many, many interesting things in there which will feed your inner child quite well. Yeah. But instead I watch hours and hours of Battleground streamers, which is, of course,
Isn't
much
a bad
more productive.
choice, I have to say.
Just much, much more productive.
Okay, so as you said, with us, quite a bit of a strange timing there. Yeah.
Yeah, this is my one of my most like beloved hobby horses. Just discussing why people are thinking. People are thinking because chess is a difficult game, and there is always something to think about. And I probably should stop talking about it, but I do like discussing it.
What is the Italian called in Russian?
That's what it's called. Yeah.
The Italian.
It is called.
Yeah.
It is called
But
the
in
Italian,
Russian.
but it's called it in Russian. Yes. Exactly. Peter, can you give me your reasons for your Wheel of Time book slander? It's just not well written. The prose is kind of, no. These are not literally masterpieces. You might enjoy.
Why isn't the bird opening played more often in the World Championship chess? There is a conspiracy theory on this one that I have, that for some mysterious reason in the World Championship they try to play good openings. And I'm afraid f4 is not considered to be kind of one of them. So once again, I mean, it's not me mocking f4, and moreover, I've played a tournament game with
So
one
have I,
f4.
yeah. And a serious one.
Yeah, but like you can do it once, and then people will figure out immediately, right? And for doing it once, you have better stuff to
Yeah.
do. Like for something to be done only once in the match, you can prepare other stuff. Even the King's Gambit, I would argue, like played once as a surprise weapon, has more potential than one
Maybe,
f4
yeah.
because. I mean, unless you want to refute it with the From Gambit, which is e5, and then you're still running the risk of playing the King's Gambit.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah.
You can play reasonable moves, and you know the Leningrad Dutch with an extra tempo is still a Dutch defense.
Yeah.
It's not a Dutch
Yeah.
attack. Or
Yeah. I
something.
played a 4 against Yakovenko in a super final, specifically because I just couldn't figure out what I'm going to do against any part of his main repertoire. And I was actually better at some point. Not immediately out of the opening, but like soon after the opening. But that was not really opening related. I just Dmitry at some point played somewhat inaccurately. But I definitely did it on purpose, not by touching the wrong pawn on move 1. But once is more than enough. I don't think I will be repeating that experiment. Have you read Brandon Sanderson though, like 10 books or something? Yeah. I do read stuff kind of compulsively once I start, and in case of Brandon Sanderson, I also like I don't mind, but I think I probably could have found better things to read.
Has the Evans Gambit been totally refuted by the
That's
engines,
not the position. Actually, this is the position.
Peter?
I haven't checked. I have a feeling that it's kind of semi-playable. I have seen it played by some of the representatives of the computer generation with white.
But wait a second. But if refuted, it must be take the pawn, go to a5.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, if we.
But it's kind of the old recipe: take the pawn, go to e7. There is nothing wrong with it. I mean, white's not better. But
I mean, it's a question. Like these positions, like specifically the bishop e2 move that Gary, I believe, introduced at some point. Yeah,
Gary was playing.
I mean, these positions are kind of tricky. I suspect black equalizes, but you can definitely make an argument that you have to maybe work for equality here a little bit, because the sharp lines might not actually work all that well for black. Like there's some absolutely exciting stuff here, like d5 exists, for instance, and then you have to play this position, which looks extremely weird. And I mean, the last time I looked at this was maybe 2001 or something, so my assessments are probably entirely incorrect, but. It's a fun position to analyze. You just don't have to play it with black. In terms of refutation, it's probably bishop a5. And there have been some recent games within strong players which seemed not to have gone too horribly for black, for white here. I don't know. Might be playable for all we know.
Okay, couple of moves played finally.
And Jan actually does something that we mentioned as a possibility. He goes knight c2, castles, and bishop e3. Not the most exciting of positions ever, but I think very much in keeping with what he would normally kind of want out of the opening for today, which is a playable position with not very much exchange, no way for black to equalize by force. Sorry. And just sort of a long game in prospect, potentially.
Bishop b8 is the second choice of the engine, people say. I mean,
I can actually see that,
what
right?
engine,
Because
but
you can go bishop b8 and
it's
then
not that outlandish, yeah.
and then push for knight e7, c6, and d5. It's only like it's a bit weirder than doing it via the b6 and c7, but like the bishop b6, c6, bishop c7 plan is absolutely mainstream in a lot of positions. So yeah, I'm not shocked. I don't think we should be expecting it because I think black has much more simple options here which achieve very playable positions anyway. Specifically, I think rook e8, bishop e6. I don't think Magnus wants this structure. Even though with the pawn on a5 it's not unplayable, I think there's actually a very large difference between this position, let's say.
Yeah.
This position and
I just wanted to mention, I hear this all the bloody time. So, well, Chad by that point probably knows that I always want to play bishop e6 and take with the pawn, because I like the structure. I mean, the looks of it. I've never played it, never touched it, but the looks of it. I mean, it sounds nice. Yeah, and I keep hearing this. So with the pawn on a6, this is a no-go, and with the pawn on a5, it's a whole different story.
I don't. No-go is strong, but I think, like, if you imagine, let me just put this on the board for better illustration of the same point. So if we're talking about the exact same position here, and white takes here,
we will have to include h6 and rook e1
somewhere.
if we are talking about the exact same position.
So we get this position,
and b4 and
like
a4.
rook a8, a4. So this is position number one, and the other one is the one that we could get in the game, which is this. This one is much better because it's much harder for white to challenge on the queen side to even drive the knight away from c6.
To extend.
And on the king side, black is normally very comfortable, and in fact, if you can get some kind of a plan like this going, often it includes playing queen e8, because then you don't have to calculate knight h5, knight takes e5 tactics. On the king side, black normally is completely untroubled, so white needs to open a second front here, so to speak, but with the pawn on a5 it's much harder. Yeah, I expect rook e8 to be played. I think rook e8 is a perfectly sensible option here. If you continue by taking, I don't know, knight e3, bishop e6. Maybe the big question here is whether white can play knight d5, but I don't think I'm that worried.
Not worried at all.
I think we're just. I mean, the game sort of continues, but. Even the rook on a7 is not a particularly beautiful piece, but
I mean, you can go e4
and then maybe knight f5, and maybe go for like
knight f5,
queen c2 though. Maybe not. But honestly, how bad is this? Just stay.
Yeah. That's exactly what I thought. You want to take like that?
Some position like this, like is it
to keep the bishop? I actually thought bishop d5, knight e4,
maybe you're.
And then. Because here I'm just getting everything, and like knight e4, and I'm hoping for like to make queen f3 awkward for you, but you probably can just go knight f6, or maybe queen b3.
Queen b3, yeah.
Queen b3, and then if you have to play knight
it's
b6,
it's a bit unpleasant, it's a bit
reasonably
unpleasant. So I need to be more precise here. Maybe rook e6.
Rook e6. Who knows? Even c4, d5.
I want to go to f6.
Quite a few tempi. Yes.
I want to go to f6. Sorry. My point is, I would instantly play knight f6 in this position with the rook on a8, but currently I cannot because this is hanging, so I'll have to take with the g pawn, which is of course horrendous. And this is why I played rook a8, but queen b3 is obviously a bit of an issue here. So I'm playing rook e6, intending to go knight f6 next, or maybe c6 first and then knight f6, something like this. White could be a little bit better for like the next few moves, but
like c4, knight f6, knight c3 even, right?
But yeah, the feeling is like this. This is a kind of an advantage that sort of dissipates on its own once black connects his stuff, right?
Yeah.
There's just not enough material left on the board here to get too excited about things. Like if you could add, a bishop on f3 and a bishop on d7, perhaps. Something like this. Maybe then you could argue you're a bit better. But there's been so much material traded to get here for white that I don't think it's very much.
Oof.
Very much at all.
Okay.
Is d4 a move instead of bishop e3 was the question in chat. It definitely was, but you have to ask. I mean, black is reasonably well prepared for this. You just play rook e8 here normally. The pawn on e4 is now I think probably already hanging. So you have to make some kind of a move like bishop d3, I suppose. And then the knight on c2 is a bit weird. Sometimes even maybe the immediate d6, d5 is playable, but black doesn't really need that. Also bishop g4 is maybe annoying. You do need to make a number of moves in preparation before you can play this comfortably, because otherwise black develops a lot of pressure against the white center.
Yeah, like strange. Knight on c2 kind of supports d4, and you've saving up on some tempi compared to knight, kept maneuvering the knight all the way to g3, but it's somehow it only works with the knight.
Yeah,
on g3.
you still want it on g3 somehow. Yeah, you pretty much always in these types of positions want the knight on g3.
And I think something very similar was played in Baku Olympiad between Jan himself and Wesley So.
Yeah.
I mean, like returning the bishop to d3 thing. I'm not quite sure what exactly the line was, but I remember Jan having the bishop on d3 and not moving it to b3 c2, which is much more common for Jokopian. And he lost this game.
Yeah, he used to have a really, really horrendous score against Wesley. I think it has improved in recent years, but for a while, Wesley was a really problematic opponent for him. What is Magnus thinking about? So rook e8 is one option. The other option would be, I think he very much likes the knight e7, knight g6 plan in almost any position in these types of structures. So that would be the second possibility here. And yeah, we cannot completely rule out bishop e6. I just, like, for me, stylistically, it's a preference thing. I just would like not to play that structure if I don't have to, but maybe I sort of misunderstand Magnus's attitude towards it. It always seemed to me like he likes it with white and doesn't really like it with black. Maybe this game will prove to be the exception.
Yeah, Peter, I'm trying to think. Period. I mean, you can start laughing to each other. Yeah, but we've discussed that how important to give them a classical time control and how interesting the opening kind of solutions and decisions they're making are. But apart from the Catalan game, I cannot really recall myself being excited during 15 moves, like first 15 moves. Okay, maybe there was something. Maybe I'm stretching it quite a bit, but this thing that they kind of have to prioritize, or had to. It's now for Jan there is nothing to lose, but they had to prioritize, safety first and being solid. It kind of has the impact on decisions, and most of the time the opening goes like let's be solid first.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth in that.
No, but seriously, and look at it. It was more or less always White's choice, right? Like Magnus himself wasn't pushing too far apart from the Catalan game, and also Jan. Once again, I'm not suggesting he had to play the Marshal as a lot of people suggested in the chat, right? But all the minimalistic approach of trying to just play d3 h3 and prove that, because okay, maybe your position is marginally better, but essentially what you're trying to prove, I'm better player than a Magnus Carlsen in a maneuvering position, which well, perhaps you have to in order to win the match, but at the same time it's kind of competing on his ground, on his terms.
To a degree, but I will say that I think maybe specifically when you play a World Championship match, there is a lot of kind of a mutual trust on the assessment of certain things. And Marshall that you mentioned, I think, is very much, near the top of the list, where we haven't had a pure Marshall discussed at the World Championship level maybe since Brissago. And I do want to kind of, crawl into a corner somewhere and die when the Brissago Marshall gets mentioned, because that's not my.
But we were promoting the Queen.
Yeah, we were absolutely promoting the Queen at some cost. Yes, there was.
And Computer was saying we were winning.
I mean,
I mean, it's a memorable game, and I'm not trying to troll you. I mean, it's just that I was able to bet live when Computer was showing White is winning, and I was capable of, maybe not calculating till the checkmate, but seeing that Black's attack is a freaking dangerous. I mean, and I was given
more people earning money on this game.
X6 or something, on Black winning that game. So you just press the button.
PH actually likes trolling me about this as well, because PH made a lot of money on that game apparently.
Okay, I couldn't make a lot because they capped the amount you could bet, obviously, but yeah.
Anyway, but basically since that game, I think there hasn't been, at least to my memory, there hasn't been a Marshall in the World Championship match, because I think there is this kind of a mutual understanding and kind of detente agreed that Marshall is a draw and we're not going to check. And I think even if you go like one level below, this is a kind of a stupid assumption, and people have made significant gains with White by testing. And like I personally, at least I'm threatening the Marshall when I play the Spanish. And if we get there, like I always play people asking what is the Marshall. We're talking specifically about this very
federal marshals, I think.
Very specific kind of inflection point here where people play castles here. And these days, pretty much nobody plays c2, c3, because the assumption is the opponent will play d5. And these positions are supposed to be, if you analyze them well enough, supposed to be very, very equal.
And why the name? Because it was played in 1914?
Yeah,
by none else but Frank James Marshall, surprisingly, against Jose Raul Capablanca, the world champion of that time.
Yeah, and I think he also played it in some earlier games, but I think that's the one everybody knows, where Kappa allowed the... not allowed. C6 wasn't even the main move then. I think Marshall...
Yeah, he went
he went for this line, which has been proven not to work, but I think maybe people didn't know it wasn't working yet. And
Queen F3.
Yeah, Queen F3, Knight F2, and I think Bishop D2 in this position is supposed to win.
Knight F2.
I think it's Bishop D2 specifically. I think nothing else works, but Bishop D2 does win, as far as I remember.
I don't quite remember if it was the game, because I think he... or maybe he was relying on Bishop H2 check.
Yeah, the point here is that if you do this, Bishop G3 loses to a very normal setup of mate in 2, but you do start with Bishop H2 check.
Bishop H2 check,
to F1 and go Bishop G3
Bishop
here.
G3, and now takes on F7 is met with the
this is suddenly a check, and Black is actually doing really well, because if you play Queen E2, Black can, for instance, I think take on H3 here. Yeah, I think this is how it goes. And Kappa actually found, I think, most of these things over the board, and it didn't work. It didn't work for Marshall at all. But yeah, these days people play c6. But our more general discussion here is about the fact that people just universally assume that their opponent is well prepared enough here to make a comfortable draw with Black, so nobody checks. But when people do check, White still wins occasionally. Like, I lost games to MVL, certainly, in the Marshall. Recently, I think Kirill Alexeyenko in the Grand Swiss, and also in one earlier game, lost a couple of games to Ivan Šarić, who seems to be okay with the idea of checking the Marshall, even against strong players who have a lot of prep in there. So it's a kind of a double bluff here, because nobody goes c3, But if you do play c3, a lot of people will actually tell themselves, I have not actually repeated those files recently enough. I will just play d6 here and play something, which is what I've been doing quite often in that spot, because I just don't trust my memory anymore if I haven't prepared specifically for that game. Anyway, the totally irrelevant martial discussion can be at least partly wrapped up now because we have moves. And Magnus took on e3 and then played rook e8. Similar to what we were discussing, kind of losing a tempo by developing knight to e3, but also not having the rook on a7 is obviously an advantage. So it all should basically equalize itself. And Jan goes a4. Sort of a generally useful move, but also makes it harder to change the structure on the queen side. I think we still go bishop b6. Having played rook e8, it feels very logical to play bishop b6 anyway. I guess maybe what Jan wants to do here is to play bishop b5, bishop d7, and then, I don't know, something like maybe queen c2, knight e7, d4, or something like that. And having the bishop protected on b5 maybe is a bit useful here.
Yep. Okay. I feel like falling asleep, so let me fix my chair and take part in this wonderful discussion about the martial attack. Yep. Oh, it's no longer martial attack.
Really.
Yeah, that's we are talking Gioco Piano. Yeah. Now you've mentioned the mutual bluff, the double bluff, and I've immediately thought about the Berlin because it's to a degree it's absolutely similar. It's just that Black hardly has a chance not to play the Berlin if White enters.
Yeah, I think.
But really, very, very often, like Black would play the Berlin not intending or being ecstatic about the idea of playing the endgame, because like by that point everyone knows that White will not play the endgame.
Yeah, these days you kind of expect to see the move d3 much more than you would expect to see the move castles. And even if people castle, they very often will play rook e1 here. So yeah, you don't actually get tested in the endgame proper these days. Yeah, that's a good comparison actually, very solid comparison. And the comparison extends even further because like people who are prepared to test the endgame actually win quite a lot of games there with White these days.
Yeah, because it turned out to be kind of a lot of putting pressure lines where you have to know move by move, sometimes like 25 moves.
Yep. Have you ever faced or played the Schliemann? I don't think I've ever played this is a rare case of an opening which I know what you're talking about, and I also know what it's called in Russian. Yeah, in Russian chess literature it's called the Yanish for some reason. I don't know why there's such a marked difference.
Okay, finally, because I was about to literally translate the Russian expression for those who are in a tank. Please enlighten me on what Schliemann.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Schliemann and the Yanish is.
Mentioned the Yanish.
It's played quite a bit. It's played quite a bit in like at some point I think Timur Rajabov has been playing it.
Yeah, Timur was playing it and not without
constantly,
success.
Yeah, with Black, and I think he was doing quite well. I think I played a game against him. I think I played more games in that period, and I played a Yanish recently in. I think in the Riga Blitz I had maybe even 2 Yanish games there. One against David Paravian and one against maybe Adiban, if I remember correctly. I didn't really, cover myself in glory in either of those 2 games, even though I think I scored 1.5 out of 2 somehow. I think I was totally lost in both of them. It's a tricky opening. This version is still following a 2016 game, by the way, says James Watson. Let me check, because I think it might even be a good game. By good, I meant like, I thought, I kind of half expected to see one of those Wesley games transposed into here, but no, these are somewhat of less known players. 2,500 player got here in 2016. But no, nothing that is particularly notable.
Okay, not much is happening.
Yeah, I think that the plan for the game is kind of solid because the days, and we've spoken on this in previous broadcasts as well. The days of Magnus being a kind of a somewhat less prepared but extremely strong practical players are very, very far in the past. He's definitely one of the best prepared players in the world right now, if not the best prepared player in the world. So just getting a playable position with pieces on the board and playing it is probably the right way to go for the day. Even
Okay, Peter, speaking of d5 square, could it ever be bishop d5?
I think I'm taking quite happily. Huh?
Yeah. Pawn takes, knight e7, queen b3, perhaps?
I don't know, I just don't feel like I should be at all. Like, even if I play something
remotely worried,
like,
right?
I suspect b6 is not
but
the most precise move in the position, but why should I be worried about this?
Yeah, so he captures e6 and goes queen b3.
Yeah, this is
It's one of the rare cases where you actually threaten to take on b7.
probably, yeah. You have to calculate, but probably you do, yeah. And I'm now trying to find some tactical way not to defend this pawn and still make it impossible for white to take.
I mean, you can go rook a6.
Yeah, you
for
can
all I
definitely
know,
go
but
rook a6.
but it's a bit making it too obvious.
Yeah. And also maybe here you can actually go knight d5 and kind of, it becomes a bit awkward for black. Because we're back with the threat of queen takes b7, since we have stopped rook b6 from happening, and taking is of course not very good. Arrows, what are they?
No, but seriously, nobody's playing.
Probably
rook a6
nobody's playing
here.
rook a6. Yeah, I think queen d7 is fine.
Queen d7? You sure it's
Sorry,
fine?
I'm actually still kind of interested in this.
Yeah. Queen a6, you take b2 and some rook b1, and I wouldn't be kind of absolutely happy with the position. Like
I'm even
d5,
wondering about something like d5 with ideas of. First of all, we're now threatening to catch the queen with rook b6, queen a8, check, rook e8.
No, but wait, but if I take on d5, just knight d5.
And then
Queen c4, you can take it.
And then I guess now we will cash in the rook takes b2. And the reason I've included all of these moves is that if you take on b2 straight away, I was going to claim that I'm maybe a bit better here. Because
it does seem to
because
be.
the knight h6 is a bit awkward and the pawn a5 is a bit weak, and we've lost the b file in the process. Even though, even in this position, maybe I can play d5 and claim that I'm solid enough.
Maybe.
But honestly, how bad is something kind of...
How about playing
exactly,
b6?
something extremely straightforward and stupid-ish. How worried are we here, really? Knight d5, I want to go knight e7 and start offering trades. And in general, I want to go knight e7, knight g6, and then...
Knight d5, knight e7, could it be that some sort of d4?
d4, I was even looking at maybe c4 followed by d4, but yeah, maybe.
Kind of trying to be clever. Was hoping you won't be able to take d4 and e4. And you're not. You're not.
Yeah, the rook is hanging. Yeah, these tactics do work out. Yeah, b6 looks... You would much rather do something else, obviously, but... There is no There's no immediately attractive option here for black, I think. Rook b8 looks meh. b6 looks kind of meh as well.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a suggestion to go knight e7, not be afraid of this because rook b8, rook b6. Yeah.
This is obviously impossible. Therefore, the queen has to go to c4, and then we take on b2. And this is maybe, once again, I would be a little bit worried about positions like this.
Yeah, there are still questions, like the rook is locked on e6, right?
But I think the solution is always to play d6, d5, pretty much every single time. And there will be so much traded that it feels like whatever temporary advantages white might have here, they're probably not enough. Yeah. Importantly, I can maybe even take with the queen, but even this is playable because here black can play c6, defending everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll wait for Magnus to make a decision here. It feels like it's a position which is maybe very, very marginally better for white for now, but clearly, no weaknesses, symmetrical pawn structure. It cannot possibly be very much. I will admit that it's kind of difficult to work up any kind of fever excitement for this kind of a position.
Yeah. The level of enthusiasm is not very
flagging high. A little bit, I will say. I would like some moves to come in because this is still a position.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's up to Twitch chat, I think, to provide us with. So, how was the wedding? Yeah, Peter, let's talk serious things. Let's talk real life. How was the wedding? The match is over anyway. So
yeah. The wedding was fine, but it was just the official ceremony. It wasn't the any kind of a do. It was just by the power invested in me, I pronounce you, all that kind of stuff. And by the power invested in me by the Kalininsky district of the St. Petersburg. So the city, something.
Blah, blah, yeah. For me, we'll be back in 10 seconds.
Absolutely. There we go. And
dude, let me back in. It was literally 10 seconds.
Peter got married 20.
Peter got married
yes, 20 years ago.
Yeah. It was quite some time ago.
Years ago. So, it will be 20 years ago in 3 months. So yeah, all the potentially exciting parts of the weddings are going on right now, just as I'm discussing this tremendously exciting Joko piano position that we have on the board. I live in my favorite city in Russia. Let me in. Oh, that's a very good username considering what just happened on the show a moment ago. Yeah, but yeah, that's a very easy choice for me. I very much like St. Petersburg, and I don't think it's much of a choice even.
Oh, we could ask Peter if he ever been to other cities in Russia.
Or ever read a book, or specifically a poker book is very much in question. Yeah. Has Peter ever read a poker book? Second favorite? That's a bit harder. Yeah, I don't know. I've actually it's kind of weird because as somebody who was born in St. Petersburg and raised in St. Petersburg, I did say vested, Shongiva. You're scaring me there. Don't tell me I said invested. I said by the power vested in me. Pretty sure. So yeah, as somebody who was born in St. Petersburg, I was brought up on visceral hatred of Moscow. You were supposed to dislike
Okay, chat, I'm leaving now.
Yeah, everything about Moscow and the people who live in Moscow, and if you didn't, you were not a proper St. Petersburgian or however you say that word. But obviously, as you grow up and you kind of grow out of those stupid, I would say nationalisms, but they're not nationalisms. It's just a very stupid city rivalry. And I actually kind of like Moscow by this point. I still like St. Petersburg better, but I kind of like Moscow. I feel like there's absolutely nothing wrong with the city, and plenty to like. It has a very vibrant scene, a lot of very nice places to visit, excellent food and everything. So B6 played, exciting developments. In Mumbai, we are trained to hate Delhi. I hate Delhi. It's nice to see that the conditioning works, Siddhartha, and nothing ever changes in your attitudes. Because people who change their opinions on anything are, flip-flops, and you're supposed to, acquire an opinion when you're 12 and stick by it without ever changing.
Yeah, I wonder what happens, Peter, if one day you're moving to Moscow. I mean, okay, let's go with this thought experiment. I know it never happens, yeah. And then you ask the same question again.
I probably don't actually change. Like, this opinion probably stays. I have become much more sort of benevolent towards Moscow, but I'm still not going to like Moscow or St. Petersburg. I don't think I'm ever going to be pushed that far.
But are we limited with Russian cities, right, in this discussion? Yeah, we are limited with Russian. There was specifically, Russian city. Because I was thinking, could it be that there is, I mean, the answer would be something else.
Yeah, I mean, I really, really like London, which probably makes me some kind of I mean, this sort of definitely disqualifies me from certain lists by a great many people. I think I'm not sure you're supposed to like London, but I really like London. Always felt very comfortable in London. Anyway, and I've actually learned something today because somebody in YouTube chat said in Rotterdam the Dutch don't even name Amsterdam by name, just call it by the phone book number 020. I did not know that.
Wait, what?
Apparently the hatred of Amsterdam is so strong in Rotterdam that they don't name Amsterdam at all. They just call it 020.
Okay. 020.
020 is what we're hoping this position is. Like, this is
420 would be more appropriate. Yeah. Okay.
And Sleepy Mario says that's not true about Rotterdam. I am
okay. So actually, thanks for Bywork 12 or whatever it's pronounced. Yeah, thanks for reminding us. It does look like yet another Control Warrior mirror.
Yeah. No, 020 is absolutely like the full extent of our ambitions here if we're analyzing this with white. Kids don't know phone numbers. Nobody knows phone numbers anymore. I remember, I wonder how that works now. Like, maybe I could just ask him the next time we have a conversation about something. But there used to be this potentially slightly apocryphal story about Gary that at some point he told somebody that the moment he needs a phone book, he will quit chess. Because he was always able to memorize every single phone number he ever needed. But then cell phones became a thing. And like, I no longer remember, like, I do remember some phone numbers, but very, very few. And you just, like, that muscle has been completely atrophied by the fact that you no longer need to exercise it anymore. I don't know what my point is, I'm just saying.
The progress is kind of making people dumber. I can make a point for you. The technical, I mean, all the great inventions, they kind of make people dumber, also less fit, because I mean the TV remote thing. I mean, you don't have to walk your ass up. I mean, from sofa in order to switch the channel.
That is fair.
And stuff like that.
That is fair. And Karjakin correctly said, well, not correctly exactly, but he does. He says Gary did quit when the mobile phones appeared. So in a way, the prophecy came true. And once. Yeah, so yeah, it's all true. It's all true. A friend of mine actually bought a rotary dial telephone recently. I don't know why. Says it's still he suspects it's actually. He says it's probably fake because it probably sends a tonal signal instead of analog, but it's an actual like rotary dial which works.
Come on, I mean that's I want the thing. Can you kind of have it with you all the time and use it as a mobile phone? Is there a slot for the SIM card?
I don't know, but yeah, like I've seen the picture and like I know him well enough to know he's not joking, and it's a really kind of a weird case of technology nostalgia that I can relate sort of on an emotional level, but also like there's now this piece of junk in his flat, which he probably is not using very much. So like it's a double-edged sword.
Okay, we are accused of never having any discussion about chess. Peter.
What do you mean accused?
And rightfully so.
There's nothing to be accused of here. Like it's painfully obvious. We just decline to talk about this position. I still like the only thing I really like of what we tried so far was this position. This one looked semi-playable for white. So you go knight d5 and you hope that Magnus has nothing smarter than knight e7, which is not a given. You can play queen d7, rook e8 first, maybe.
Maybe rook e8. Rook e8 though. Queen c.
And then we take on d5. Yeah, maybe rook e. Yeah, maybe.
Never
rook
mind.
E8 is...
No, wait a sec. I can take and go queen
they can
c4.
Go, yeah, that's the problem.
They can go
and
queen c4 and hope somehow pray that I can take c7. I probably can.
Probably actually escapes, because there's enough squares. There's enough squares here. So rook e8 is not a great move. Queen d7 probably is playable, even though now that I look at this position, queen d5 might be a bit awkward. And now suddenly everything is a bit... Although...
Yeah, it's like white doesn't really have a threat, but at the same time, how do you...
Not that awkward, Rook d8, knight d7 probably works.
Okay.
So I'm guessing queen d7 is playable. We can try playing...
Kind
d4 anyway, maybe. But black probably doesn't react at all, right? You just ignore it for now.
But you can also take on d4 this moment. Like d4, you take d4 because you'd be able to capture on d5.
I was hoping to do this, but I don't know how happy I am even about this. Right, knight d4, rook e8, rook g6. Black is just fine, probably.
Queen g4 jumps, all of a sudden black gets the squares for all the pieces.
Like, if this were a static position and I had time enough to play, I don't know, d5, rook e3, rook e1, knight d4, like, make all of these moves, maybe I'd be a bit better, but...
Yeah, but interestingly, look, like, you go d5, and black, I mean, he can keep the knight on b4, he can also go knight a6, knight c5. So once again, I'm not discussing kind of forced variations, but
even structurally,
putting the pieces...
Even structurally, some position like this, I mean, yes, white is a bit better, but how many of these do you win? I mean,
kind of how easy it would be for you to make e5. I believe e5 is kind of, in terms of structures, the only reasonable breakthrough. And how easy it would be.
I'm sure you will immediately tell me which line of which opening this reminds me of. There's like a very specific line of the King's Indian, which... but normally there are no knights on the board there, right? I will, since we are so excited by the current position in the game, I will actually take the time to show the viewers what I talk about here. So I used to actually play that line with black, but not in the way that I think, and I think it's specifically the Azerbaijani players who do this quite a bit. I think it's...
well, what we're talking about, ED4 King's Indian, yeah?
This line. F3, knight c6,
rook e8 and knight
bishop
c6,
e3, knight h5, queen d2, knight f4, rook fg1, they take here, take in some order, yeah, like
take everything you go.
They get to this position and they hold it very.
They take the horse, they play,
and
a
somewhere they
five
play a
somehow.
five. Yeah, they don't actually try to hold it passively, but they do hold this position quite easily, despite it seemingly being the absolute best scenario for white, with like pressure against the c7 pawn for free, very beautiful queen on d4. Rook f2 instead of rook a1 doesn't allow this. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm giving you a very, very broad kind of description. I'm not trying to give you like the actual state of the theory of this line for 2022, which I no longer know. Like, I used to play this with black, but I became very disillusioned and stopped for a number of reasons. But the point is, even these seemingly very passive, very kind of depressing structures are not that bad, because you do have some source of counterplay. Yeah, arrow drawing is not my strong suit, as we all know. Which means that in the line that we were discussing, which is already in the past, by the way, because Jan played rook a1, but we were looking at this, knight d5. How are we getting that? Queen d7, d4,
d7,
e4, knight f6, rook f6, cd, knight b4, and let's say d5. Even if you never develop any kind of counterplay here at all for black, you still maybe don't lose. And there should be some counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
Rook a1. So what's Jan's point here? Is he trying to push d4? And Magnus goes knight e7, which, if d4 is at all playable, it might be playable now, but I don't see how, right? We just take, and we take, and I don't think this rook is in any kind of serious trouble. I was trying to find a way to kind of chase it around and get it to bed squares, but I don't think I succeed here. Because all the forking squares.
Can we somehow stop queen d7? Like here or without f3? Because interestingly, black might not have all that many moves, right? I mean, especially after f3, rook e5, like the knight from e7 is not moving, the knight from f6 is moving.
Unclear where, yeah.
Not clear. Why would you like
unclear
to
where
move
and why, exactly. But queen d7, rook a8 is a very solid plan, yeah.
Queen d7.
And it's just impossible, I think, to create a threat, because we cannot move this knight, because we obviously are trying to play against the rook on e5, so trading it would be horrible. The knight on d4 is our best piece. f4 just allows rook e4, and the rook is very solid on e4. So yeah, I think we're just a pawn down here. So what are our options? With the knight already on e7, knight d5 I think is now much less attractive, because I'm pretty sure black can just take and go back.
Go back,
And,
yeah.
some kind of a position like this, you might be worse with white, I think. Although, I don't know, maybe knight f1, knight e3, maybe we're still doing fine, but you can definitely imagine, like, if you continue kind of blithely with white for a bit, like you make some moves, and black gets to play, I don't know, knight h7 and f5, which is currently impossible because the pawn is hanging, but if you imagine the pawn already on f5, black is probably just...
h3.
Yeah.
Which being a trademark for Jan for quite some time in this match. Like, when in doubt, play h3.
I mean, in all honesty, we're only really talking about one specific game where he had a difficult decision, and yeah, he did end up like thinking for 40 minutes and then playing h3, which seemed weird, but the decision wasn't easy at all. h3 preparing h4. No, I think h3 just mainly, making a quiet move and, pressing the clock and saying, your turn. I don't think it's preparing anything. And yeah, on the topic of somebody thinking for 40 minutes and then playing h2, h3, yeah, there's the famous story of I believe it was the wife of Pitigorsky, right, who was hosting those tournaments in the States. I think he was the sponsor of those round robins, and his wife came to watch one of the rounds, and she caught the exact part of one game where somebody thought for a very, very long time and then moved his queen one piece, and she kind of threw her hands up and exclaimed, he thought for 45 minutes and made such a short move, which I think is maybe the future of chess commentary. Just kind of discussing moves in terms of length.
The future is already here on some channels.
Well,
I mean, Jan is definitely in his prep.
I don't know. Some of the like specifically, I think the fact that he played a4 so quickly kind of indicated that he may have looked at this at some point, because I don't think a4 is either forced or even necessarily a very obvious move in the position. But yeah, who knows? He spent half an hour. Half an hour is quite a bit to reach the position they have on the board right now. So what do we like for black here? Queen d7 or knight g6?
Yeah, like logically you would play knight g6 since you've started, right?
It does allow knight f5, but I guess we can maybe then even maybe we can go back and ask the question.
The spirit of Sergey Karjakin is somewhere around us. Yeah, he was the one to suggest. Remember, he was the one to suggest some like moves to just repeat moves. Basically, go here with the threat of going back.
Yeah, there was a point in the analysis, I think, for the last game where he was. I think he was playing queen b4 with the idea of queen a3. Yeah, something along those lines. But yeah, it feels like queen d7 is very natural, and I think we can draw another parallel here, since really there's not that much going on in the game just yet. It might, because Jan at some point will have to commit to something in the center, and then we'll have things to actually talk about. But for now, if we compare this to what I think many people will describe as the current tabia of the gioco piano, which is, or at least maybe the main tabia of the gioco piano, which is this line. I will screw up the move order, but it's kind of irrelevant, so forgive me if I do. So like h3, castles.
And so once again, you want to highlight the difference between white being or not being able to see some space on the queen side, right?
These positions are kind of very, very similar. They do get somewhere here. Like you get a position like this in the I'll continue calling it the tabia, and this position is maybe the most popular position of the entire gioco piano right now, or has been for quite some time at least. Somewhat weirdly, people have been getting here a lot, and there's a tremendous amount of very, very high level traffic starting from here. So if you compare this position with the one we have on the board right now, in that position, the one that white would get in the a4 b4 lines, there is very often a plan of pushing, let's say, c4, and then let's say, in particular if the pawn is on a5, white often tries to play like a5, c4. I don't know, I'll make passing moves with black. And here you can try pushing for b5 and opening the b file that way. And if black plays c6, then maybe you can at some point insert c5, d5, and the knight goes towards d6 square. And the fact that there is this this construction on the queen side does give you a lot of future potential. And these types of positions are like genuinely not entirely equal. They're very difficult to play, very difficult to analyze. I tried analyzing them with both colors, and you get very confused trying to figure out exactly what you should be aiming for, both with white and with black. But there's definitely a lot of play here. It's a difficult position to discuss. And what we have in the game is, I think, a lot safer for black, because white just doesn't get to start any of those conversations, really. It's very difficult to even push before. And c4, c5 is just not on at all with the pawns on b6 and d6. So, yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is here, apart from just, I will make moves and wait for perhaps pressure to get to my opponent.
Some sort of knight h4.
Yeah, but I think we can both just kind of safely ignore it, and also we can go g6, king g7. I don't think we're that unhappy. Isn't it quite different, asks James Watson, when black already has a5 in this position? This is exactly the point I was trying to make, yes. It's very difficult to push d4, very difficult to push b4, knight h4. I mean, yes, because I just don't know what else to suggest, but also I don't know. Like, if I go rook d8 here, are you happy to go knight f5 and trade some more pieces? Do you want rook f1 and f4 maybe? But eventually black will play g6, d5 if you do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm kind of, for the time being, I'm struggling to figure out how we're supposed to improve here with white. When asking about the origins of my name, I think a good starting point would be to spell it properly. That probably increases your chances of getting an answer, but on a more serious note, it's a Jewish name, of course. Not a Russian name.
No, but look, but the other name sounds Russian.
Which one?
I don't know which one. I mean, it's just that what that person said.
So some others are they sound Russian. Okay.
Yeah.
He means Peter. Yeah, Peter is a Greek name. No luck on that one either. Or at least has origins. Origins in the Greek language. Yeah, this is a very Djokovic. This is what I will say about this position. It's about as Djoko as they get. Will you go to Poland for World Rapid and Blitz? I haven't heard it's in Poland. So I haven't actually. This is the first time me hearing that it is in Poland. And
yeah, it just popped up in the Twitch chat. I don't know. You've probably missed. Yeah, we all know for now that it's been kind of cancelled in Kazakhstan and planned to be moved somewhere, but wasn't official announcement. Yeah, FIDE Twitter. Oh, okay, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, like why would you wish such irrevocable harm on us? Thank you, Chess.
Opinion about next candidates.
Should be a very exciting tournament, I think.
Yeah, I mean, some people see it as Alireza and the rest.
Specifically because Alireza is playing, which is a bit unfair. I think it's actually kind of unfair even to Alireza himself, because so far he's been managing the fact that a lot of people expect him to be world champion by the age 20 or something. So far he's been handling it quite well, but I don't think it's helping. I would be very surprised if it was actually particularly good for him to have to deal with this narrative all the time.
So look, who are confirmed participants? So it'd be Jan.
Well,
I mean, sorry, Alireza,
Fabi,
Fabi,
Sergey and Young Krzysztof, Timur.
Fabi because
he finished second in the Grand Swiss.
Yeah.
He finished second in the Grand Swiss, so he gets in. It's Sergey and Young Krzysztof from the World Cup.
And rating spot, because it's for now it's either Jan or Fabi, right? I mean, and both of them already qualified.
Yeah, I guess that probably should be good for Ding, right? I assume with Fabi qualifying through Riga and Jan coming to the candidates from from the World Championship match. This should be. There is no rating spot. Yeah, okay.
There is
rating spot
okay.
got eliminated. So it's Tamur, just because.
Wait a second. Rating spot got eliminated.
And then
while the
Grand
wild
Prix,
card
Grand Prix.
stayed,
No, I think Grand Prix and there might not be any wild cards. Yeah, so it's
Timur is the wild card.
Yeah, sort of Tamur is the wild card, but not exactly though. I mean, it's that's a whole other topic which I don't think we should particularly be touching because like there is nothing constructive to be said on that subject. You can definitely make an argument. I think it will be a very solid argument that he got somewhat hard done by in 2020, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he absolutely has to be included in the next one. So you can also make an argument that this is a case of, trying to make a right out of two wrongs.
2 Grand Prix spots left. Or Grand Prix, should I say. For some reason I've read this like in Grandpa spots. And immediately thought of Alexei Shirov, who, like, approaching his 50th anniversary and has a tremendous run so far. He did qualify to Grand Prix.
Yeah.
And who knows?
Yeah, Grand Prix should be, they should be quite exciting to cover. The format for the Grand Prix next year is quite something. I'm not sure everybody is a huge fan. I've had some conversations in Riga with people.
What do you mean the format? The tournaments being played one after the other?
No. But the format of the actual tournament is they split 16 people into 4 groups of 4, and then they play. Yeah. I think they play double round robins, and you have to win the group to get to the semifinals of the Grand Prix
to continue.
Yeah. Uh-huh. So that's gonna be an interesting. I mean. I honestly, I don't mind them trying new formats because maybe this will be a huge success, but it's definitely nothing, it's like nothing we've ever played. This is a format that has not been trialed, definitely in chess, and I don't think it has been trialed anywhere outside of chess either. So it's just like an absolutely fresh idea that just, popped up, fully formed out of the mind of the FIDE functioneers. And now we have to play with this format. Well, not we. I mean, I obviously didn't qualify. They is the word I'm looking for. Not we.
So H3 logically followed up by knight H2. Yeah.
I think d5 is playable. If we want to go back to talking about this game, which I would much rather not, I'm guessing d5 is playable. I don't see anything wrong with it. Although I guess maybe Jan's play is specifically aimed at meeting it with knight g4. But I mean, I still don't see why I should be particularly troubled by any of these developments. Maybe something like this, because with the pawn on g4 and e4, playing knight f5 does become a lot more attractive.
How bad is it if I take your horsey?
And just go, I don't know, rook d6 or somewhere, yeah?
Rook d6, yeah.
Honestly, I think the answer is completely fine.
Yeah, like I understand we could talk about the pawn
not really.
In the center in some remote future, but...
I think you just have so much counterplay that maybe I'm supposed to take with the other pawn, actually.
Yeah, but then I thought rook e8 and
queen d6, queen f6, I don't know. Yeah.
For anything, I'm very solid, yeah.
I don't think this is bad, but also there's probably no particular reason to hurry with any of this. You can start with rook d8, which is what he's done, yeah. I assume knight g4 still gets played.
Dream candidates for 2022.
It's a good lineup. I genuinely think it's a very good lineup, and it could become even more interesting if the Grand Prix produces two to do exciting qualifiers. Yeah. Knight g4. I guess we just ignore it. I don't think there's any particular reason to take. There's maybe some argument even to playing h5, but I think after h5, white very happily just goes back and claims that now I have a g5 square to aim for. I want Sasha in the candidate, says Rossen76, just for the press conferences. Yeah, I'm very much on board with that idea.
I think we should simply invite Grishuk as the. I mean, even if he's not playing, like kind of, he's invited to the press conferences as the substitute for the player, for instance. I mean, so I don't want to go. So I'm just delegating all of my powers to Alexander Grishuk.
And Grishuk
conveniently around the.
Yeah, he can do imitations. I think he'll be doing. If you ask him to, he would do very good imitations of players as well. And somewhat weirdly for me, the video I played just before we started the live portion of the show was this video of Timur and Sergey playing an impromptu game of Blitz in the Russian studio of Levitov Chess. And before they started actually playing chess, Timur did an impression of Sasha, which wasn't that bad, surprisingly. As somebody who doesn't do impressions at all, I always get extremely surprised when people do a good impression of anybody else. And Timur's was very decent. Have I ever played heads-up PLO with Sasha? Not heads-up PLO. We played... I made a mistake once of sort of semi-challenging him to some live 10 game. That did not go well. Because it involved Badugi, and Badugi is the devil. We do not play Badugi in this house.
What happened to Gustafsson, Peter? Would you please answer again?
He's, I'm hoping.
Because people apparently loved your coverage with him. And I don't know if I can extrapolate it a little bit to this coverage, which obviously sucks because there is no Gustafsson.
Nah, it's all in the past, sadly. Those were fun times. I'm pretty sure Jan is fine, and we kind of suspect he is maybe involved in refuting all the Jokopianos, which is why Black is so solid today, because Gusti has done his job well for today's game. But we don't know for sure. It might get announced after the match.
As much I wish to talk about this position.
Yeah,
I can't stand it anymore.
I'm struggling myself. Yeah, I understand, at least some of our audience probably actually is interested in the chess game. But I'm desperately waiting for something to happen. Because this...
Miro invented drinking on chess streams. Miro invented drinking while chess streams were not a thing, when streams, period, was not a thing.
Miro is a legend of casual drinking. I really wish I could partake in some of that. I don't even mean if drinking with Miro while we're both streaming chess is cool, but yeah, drinking with Miro when I can actually reach out and touch Miro is much better. Absolutely. Much pro.
That's actually tea again.
Why would you have to why? Even if it is, why did you have to say that? We could maintain the illusion that we are serious people here and, never touch anything that is below 40% volume. No, Jin is way before my time. My name is Jin. I've heard stories of Jin, but I've never met Jin myself. Betseat says the last time.
Betseat. Yeah, I remember the story. He arrived from Japan and he had kind of half a day to spend in Moscow, and there was a little trophy brought from Japan, so some absolutely delightful potato moonshine, which I had
Where's
no
Dodgy?
idea of.
Dodgy wants to hear about this. The word potato has been mentioned. We summon thee, Dodgy, to listen a story about potato alcohol.
No, seriously, I mean that's basically the end of the story, because Misha almost missed the train, and I don't remember. I had some business to do after our meeting, and also was kind of drunk out of my skull, went somewhere. But the potato moonshine was the thing.
I don't think I've ever had anything potato based. It's
like mashed
no,
potatoes.
I mean,
Ever heard of mashed
I've actually had
potatoes?
like more mashed potatoes in the last week than I've had in the previous 5 years, I think, because we appear to be in some kind of a weird phase where a lot of potatoes are being cooked around the Svidler household, which is normally not the case. But I mean, potato-based drinks are just like, I always kind of assumed this was a meme. But they do exist, yeah, they you know.
It wasn't. I mean, it turns out it wasn't.
French fries are delicious, Peter. You should try them. Thank you. I will be sure to avail myself of that opportunity. You know, of that. Yeah, I can't even. Do exist, and it is a meme, says Jake. Yeah, I think that's the that's the correct approach to potato-based drinks. Yeah. Is it maybe time for us to, because I also, like, it's kind of weird because I woke up and it was kind of okay in the flat, and then we went outside and it's like minus 17 outside today in St. Petersburg. And we were okay outside because we were like properly dressed and all that. And then we came back from the wedding and we didn't drink at the wedding or anything. And like
and we are about to
the entire flat felt like somebody opened every single window and left it open for like 2 days. Like, and I still haven't warmed up. And I feel like maybe we need to start fixing that. Because honestly, I can't look at this position sober. It's just like, no.
Yeah. Okay, let's make it a little bit more entertaining.
Yeah, let me just take a very, very brief break. I also want to set up something. So let's continue talking about something for another 30 seconds because I want to set it up properly.
Okay.
So yeah, knight takes g4 and h takes g happened. Understandably. Well, I mean, h takes g is definitely the way to go. I'm a bit surprised that Magnus took because it is a bit of an improvement for white, I think.
Could it be that he can, that he spotted some long-term plan of exploiting, in fact, the double pawn, which I mean, I'm only half ironic. Because sometimes, like, optically it looks nice, like it looks like an improvement for one.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so but I just thought, like, if everything like g6, king g7, knight g8, knight f6
and then some
happens,
sort of h6, h5 eventually,
and then some sort of h5 in the right moment.
But he has played d5.
Yeah, but he has played into our line.
And this, we found no problems with this whatsoever. So this is also quite sensible. All right. So on this note, a brief break. And welcome back. And in the meantime, Jan played d3, d4, which is either a very clever choice or potentially an immediate draw, or possibly both.
Mm-hmm. At least it's the move we didn't look
Yeah,
at.
we didn't look at this at all, and it's actually a very typical reaction in these types of Italian positions. I remember I ran into an idea like this, exactly like this, in a game against Vasily Ivanchuk once, and barely got away with it. I think I was...
So the thing is, ed4 you take with the rook,
e4,
right?
I think I take on d5.
You take on d5, intending to take
Yeah.
with the rook if I
I
recapture.
think this is the point, probably. The issue for white is that I'm not entirely sure this is so much better, even though this is like the maximum, probably. I think I was trying to calculate this earlier. I don't remember the conclusions. Maybe I can just play c6.
But what's the move?
c4 though. Maybe we're actually losing here. Because this is a very strong pin.
You could try to go queen e8 instead.
But rook d5 though, right?
Rook d5. Yeah, come on, I'm blind. Yes.
No, I went through the entire calculation.
No, because I was thinking rook e to d1 and then to capture on e3 twice and maybe have some.
No, this
some
is a
sort
full
of
piece.
a
So ed4, ed5 seems to be the idea. I think I was trying to calculate this maybe. Or something similar. And this probably is just a draw, right? This probably is a good move.
Pawn takes, and yeah, it will depend on your ability to take on d5. No, if pawn takes immediately.
But there's a line from Hari 606, which I assume belongs to this line. Queen c2 here, which I missed. Rook f4, g3, d3, and I assume black is either winning or at least not war. I mean, probably
Losing.
winning, honestly. Like, position like this normally ends up being not just good for black. Close to, like, king f1, I can maybe even go knight f5. With the idea of giving a check from f3, and then, this is mate in 2. I was about to win the exchange, and then I realized I have mate in 2. I was actually going to show knight takes e3 in this position, which also wins. And then I realized there's a stronger move. So yeah, rook e4 appears to just solve everything, because the pawn on d5...
Yeah, but wait a second, cd4...
But I can take on d5, why can't I?
Knight takes, check on e8, check on c2. I mean, I just see a couple of checks in a row, so why not to check it? And rook e7.
But I guess rook e7 is just like... Not even remotely problematic.
Yeah.
It's just a
fair enough.
But I think there might not even be any... Hang on a second. Maybe, like, I briefly wanted to play knight takes d5 in this position, rook takes d4, knight takes e7. But there's a bigger problem with knight takes d5, because now the rook is hanging. So it looks like he takes d4 might just be holding on the spot. Allowing rook takes e4 is impossible. Knight takes d5 makes no sense.
Yeah, you can't do much.
You have to play this.
Take on d5, you're right, and then rook e4.
We go rook e4. Okay. Slunch. And cd4 we discussed. f3 is impossible because this is hanging since the pawn on d5 is still alive and there is no x-ray. Rook d4 is basically either the same position after knight takes d5, or maybe you can even find some kind of a clever move for black. Maybe I can start with king f8 or something. Even though I'm not a huge fan. Like, then you have to calculate all kinds of queen h7 shenanigans. No reason to allow any of this. Chess in schools is not really a thing in Russia. They're trying to make it more popular now, Matil, but it's still not that widespread, and it's always going to be extracurricular. There are parts in, like, are there any, like, apart from Kalmykia at some point, and I'm not sure if it's still there, are there any parts of Russia where it's become like serious part of the curriculum taught to everyone? there's been a push, but I don't think they've gotten there yet. I actually...
Should it be, is the question.
It's not going to be, like, I don't think there's any harm.
In enforcing it as kind of a...
1 hour per week or something, like 2 hours per week, there's not going to be any harm. As long as it, like, if they don't, you know, you probably, like, the big question will be, where do you find those 2 hours? Like, it obviously should not replace, like, math, or, I don't know, Russian or English, or any of the subjects that are actually going to be useful in your future life. But if you do find the 2 hours somewhere, instead of, I don't know, whatever it is that those subjects are called these days, like the OBJ, yeah, whatever it is, yeah. I don't think there's. I mean, the benefits will not be as huge as some people might think, but there's definitely no harm. And I remember I was invited, actually, in a kind of a strange twist of fate. I was invited to sit on not a committee, but like there was a meeting of people who were eventually to be a part of the committee to develop the program for chess in schools in St. Petersburg. And the bureaucracy involved in all of these kinds of decisions is absolutely unbelievable. The amount of paperwork which has to be in place before you even start discussing, like, which textbooks to use. So, yeah, as usual, lots of red tape, efficiency unclear, but I'm not against the idea in general. And e takes d4 played, so one thing I really, really like about d5, d4 as a sequence is that there is now going to be some forced variations, and those forced variations are making some sort of a conclusion to the game much more realistic. Yep. e4 not played yet. I think, like, white probably isn't even worse in a position like this, because you can go rook d1, queen d8, queen e8, just take, and queen c4, and the pawn on e4 cannot be defended without losing the pawn on c7.
Is he ever better?
Yeah, but it's just, there's not very much to discuss. And e takes d5 has already been played.
No, I genuinely thought that it might have been that white's position is slightly...
It is a bit
pleasant.
better, yeah, but I mean, there's just, I just don't think it's enough to win a game against a strong opponent. It is a bit, knight on e3 is better than knight on e7, and the pawn on g4 actually makes you, compared to the same position with the pawn on h3, this is maybe a tiny bit better, but you just don't win it, is the issue. I think not enough weaknesses.
Yeah, so now we do think that rook e4
like rook
is good enough.
Like rook e4, and the thing about rook e4 is also other moves appear to be bad, because if you play like knight d5, rook d4, rook d6, knight f5 might be just straight up losing. Because this position is so bad, starting with rook d6, you're also very unhappy because you don't want to be allowing it in this move order either. So, having gone e takes d4, you're more or less committed to playing rook e4. And that makes it...
And he already played it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a difficult move in general, and it's also pretty much forced. So, not a particularly difficult choice for Magnus. And honestly, the lines we've seen here, in terms of keeping the game afloat, maybe this is actually better. Yeah, because here, black probably does not make a draw by force. I still stand by my assessment that black is not really worse, specifically, but you...
Yeah, but one needs to play a move, and strangely, I don't see a comfortable
Exactly,
move.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. And if you make some sort of if you make a couple of indifferent moves and allow, I don't know, before in a good version, maybe you start thinking, that, there are some scenarios where either you have to take, and then maybe there's...
You can actually be worse.
I suspect even this is not enough to be worse yet, but there's definitely some dangers, because now we are threatening takes, check. King g7, there will be a check from e5. So yeah, you suddenly have to answer some questions at least. Whereas what we have on the board right now after rook e4, it feels like this might just be like a draw, not just an equal position, but a draw, because everything becomes so much more forced. And in fact, we've been doing it completely wrong, yeah. Because in this position, I'm just not taking on e1 because I'm not stupid. I'm just taking on d5 first.
Yeah, I should have taken on d4 with the rook.
Yeah. If you want that position, you have to start with rook e4, and then we.
Yeah, like if I want this trick with a check on e8, which gives absolutely nothing.
He's played queen c2, and once again, the rook really has no other squares. It's very difficult to make a mistake here for black, because, like, what else do you even play? Rook e5, rook takes d4 looks weird. Because why would you give up?
Okay, after rook f4, can I take d4 with the pawn, let's say?
This is actually something. This is actually something that you were talking about. Yeah, the pawn on g4. The pawn on g4 is actually hanging. It can become a target, and seemingly it does become a target here. I don't think there is a comfortable move for white to make even in this position. It might be.
I mean, take d5, take c7, perhaps.
Yeah, but like you're worse.
And then you take g4.
You're actually worse because the other guy is also falling.
Yeah, and f3 you take d4, you're a pawn up. Yeah.
It's not only not a winning attempt, it's like legitimately you probably lose this position. So.
Legit question, Peter, because it's not that many games left. What will be happening on Levitov Chess English after this match?
I was at some point like the kind of daily grind of covering the match was grindy enough that I didn't really think about it all that much. But I was going to at some point have a conversation about this with you and Ilya.
Yeah, I mean, you seem to have kind of a good influence on Ilya. So why don't you offer him us too having kind of bi-weekly podcasts?
Something, yeah, because
just drinking and discussing the chess.
It seems like it seems like a ways to just like we've appeared out of nowhere, and there's every day there's people watching us, which we're very grateful for, because having people listen to our bullshit is making the bullshit much more enjoyable, honestly.
For everything else, there is blah blah blah.
But I don't know if there are any kind of specific plans that Ilya has about the channel, and I would like for the channel to stay active.
Yeah, came for chess, stayed for the bullshit.
Yeah. I would very much like for the channel to continue, doing something. But
yeah, let's rebrand to Levitov casual drinking.
Change the category and go with that. Yeah. But I honestly I did think about it a little bit, but kind of vaguely wondering what we could do with the channel, because the channel does seem to have an audience, and once again, thank you guys for being here. But it has been created for this one event, and no long-term planning happened
I'm
yet.
Afraid.
At least, yeah.
There is no such thing as just drinking category on Twitch, which makes this centralized streaming service inappropriate.
Yeah.
I mean, some streamers are allowed to, having a bath of some sort. Okay, not any more from what I've heard.
Yeah.
But
by
still.
some streamers, we obviously mean Magnus. Have you seen that stream?
Not really.
I'm
watching kind of a lot of other themed videos nowadays.
I know, but like there was, you actually missed out, because that was just such a wonderful. He streamed a bullet arena from
the inflatable
bathtub, standing outside in somewhere in Norway, and basically the stream lasted about 25 minutes. Because he got so cold that he couldn't really handle it anymore. But in that 25 minutes, he won every single game of Bullet playing on the phone while in the bath. and talking to the chat. It was quite something. It was
The spa thing.
yeah, it was quite something. I really enjoyed it. I mean, playing Bullet on the phone at the best of times is something that is completely beyond me. But with everything else going on there, I was very much impressed.
Isn't it the way people play Bullet nowadays? On the phone?
Maybe, yeah,
it's-
but like it's just so alien to me. I can't even manage it, using a mouse, and people play Bullet on the phone or typing the moves in, and they're still like 10 times faster than I am and blunder fewer pieces. It's disgusting. Yeah, I don't know how to deal with that.
Okay.
Yeah, and hot takes have begun. That Magnus guy seems pretty good, says Linus. Yeah, that was definitely one of the conclusions we came to.
He's not bad, yeah.
Phone users abuse
all of a
lag,
sudden-
says Keep Your Cool. So there's actually a technical explanation for it.
All of a sudden I'm becoming a bit interested in this position. In a way that, is there a chance that the match is finished today?
No, you just go.
G3.
No, G3.
He wants
G3 loses, we assume. So, I mean, he clearly needs to win. Like any kind of a realistic scenario for Jan to get to the playoffs here involved him winning the 2 white games. If he doesn't win today, he needs to win the 3 remaining, two of which will be with the black pieces, and we're really getting into the very, very unlikely category. But you still just don't lose a game on purpose just because you have to win it. Like, I mean, this is not a winning attempt. He knows this is not a winning attempt. Like you don't play for a win like this. I mean, if nothing else, like black has a perpetual here every single time. More or less, regardless of which, like knight d5 probably holds very easily, or
I mean, check on
h3 is probably an actual perpetual.
King e2 take on f2.
Yeah, because this is not a winning attempt.
I mean,
like, you just resign somewhere here. So yeah, I think regrettably what happens here after rook f4 is that he goes rook takes d4, rook takes d4, cd4, knight d5, knight d5, queen d5, queen c7, queen d4, and some kind of a draw ensues. I don't know, rook e7, something. Maybe even rook f8. I mean, it looks boring, but maybe even rook f8.
It might be winning a pawn. Even though it looks
Collect.
boring, but 3.
Yeah, and here there's actually a cute trick. I was for some reason my brain continued calculating this. So there's driving the king to h2 here has a bit of a reasoning behind it. But I'm sure this position is still a draw. You can misplay it, but I'm sure this is still a draw. Yeah. Jan is. I absolutely stand by my assessment of him. Wanting to continue and wanting to actually challenge Magnus, not just wanting to wrap it up and go home, but. You still don't basically lose a game on purpose just because you can't win it. Suggestion for this channel, says Stavros. Try a mix of chess anecdotes from past tourneys or match backstage with guest players like Kramnik, Grishuk, with a mix of chess analysis of selected live events. Yeah, this is what we've been sort of doing for.
Yeah, but I'm afraid kind of to keep up, it requires quite a budget.
Yeah.
At least spend, money spent on single modes. Yeah. Those things are adding up, guys.
Hearthstone with Chess Pros, yeah. It's been floated. And specifically there was a thread recently where...
But does Grishuk drink?
Does the Pope shit in the woods? I think is the universal reply to this kind of question. I think is does the Pope shit in the woods? Neil is Neil, I'm glad Neil understands that this is the.
Yeah, I mean, I believe your
And
kind of usage of colloquial
people are
language.
people are telling me it's the bear, not the Pope. No, it's definitely the Pope. Trust me on this. It's definitely the Pope. Anyway, yeah, once again we've gotten completely off the rails, and I'm refusing to discuss this position. But I do feel like some kind of extreme mass simplifications and a draw are in our near future.
Have you ever been on the rails?
Yeah. Have you looked at d6 at all? We haven't actually, but even d3, d7, queen e7 is a very comfortable draw. And also, I don't quite understand what the point is if I just take on d6. Is there any kind of an advantage to luring our queen to d6 in this period? Maybe c takes d4 here, and like knight d5, knight f5 is slightly better than in the game. Hang on a second. I think I know what the problem is. I can go d3, d7. Damn, no, I can't. I wanted to do this, but unfortunately, there's queen f4 or rook d8 and queen f4. For a second there, I got very whoa. Okay.
Well, what?
Hello.
What's that?
I'm going to be making that sound for a while now.
What happened?
G3 and
Ah.
I don't know anything about anything anymore. What the hell? This is
I don't know. That's farewell stream, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, feels like now we're probably done with the thing, because I mean black definitely has a draw any which way he likes here, but I assume you can actually play for a win.
Yeah, one can calculate a couple of lines. Yeah, I mean maybe it's not kind of a funeral yet. King f1. If you go queen h3, maybe white can go back to g1 because king e2
rook d6,
takes
rook
on
e3.
lose.
Rook d6, rook e3 exists.
Rook e3.
Okay. I don't know. Knight f5 looks like. I mean, this should be winning for black. Like I just
-8 KW.
Oof.
Dude, just win, lul.
Yeah, I mean, I get to drink with my childhood friend, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
So it ends up being -4.
I just don't know what to think about this.
Right. I mean, no, not the position, but the score.
Yeah,
in the match.
I think it ends up being -4, which is, not great. Not great. Yeah, and honestly, it's just I understand. No, I mean, basically both options here are kind of completely unpalatable to me here, because I think, as I see it, there are two options for this. One is he somehow, I don't know, missed that queen takes g4 is a check. I don't know, in his mind the pawn was still on g3 or something, because like this position doesn't require, you don't even calculate. You see this position before your eyes and you kind of stop, because like it's such a huge negative free roll. Even if you don't see how you lose, you know you're not better. And everything in your experience must be telling you you are probably losing here. So yeah. Like, honestly, you just stop here. You don't continue calculating. So it's either some kind of like extreme blindness, which occasionally happens, but he took some time before playing g3, or he just decided that, I'm not winning with black, so why not just get it over with? But like that other suggestion, like, it just doesn't sound right to me. Nobody thinks that. Nobody does that. I just don't know.
Yeah, and the idea of knight fork that it might in fact affect Jan long term. That's a sane idea. I mean, not losing the match, but losing the match this way when you've basically made one draw out of 5 games, right?
It's just like a.
Yeah,
I mean, what else can you do? I mean, you don't have any other moves. Yeah, GF, queen takes g4, and now, I mean, I think the issue with going towards the h file is that some sort of rook d6 can be made to work. Specifically, I think king h1 does lose to what I pointed out. You can go knight f5 first, and then almost against any move, you can go rook g6, and the game will end. If you go king h2, I mean, if all else fails, I can start by taking on the forwards check and then continuing, like, it's just kind of horrible.
Yeah, why do we discuss this position
I don't know.
at all? I mean, we should.
He's gone king f1, and now I think queen h3 probably is the cleanest because we've discussed why king g1 is losing, and king e2, as you correctly pointed out, this is just absolutely dead. Like EF, you can't even take because this is a skewer.
Maybe
so you go rook h1, I go like queen g2. You have to play some rook to f1. I don't know.
And I'll just
take on d5, and then.
And let's not forget. Yeah, I mean, also the
like
material,
black is
right? It's not like I'm
black is ahead on material as well. Like this is 3 pawns for the exchange, with the king on e2, and our pawn on f2 still alive. Like I don't know what this is. Honestly, I have no idea what this is. There's no explanation. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, maybe chess is draw, but not this time.
Not this time, and it hasn't been for a while, yeah. And it's, considering how games won basically through 6, including game 6, how they looked, this just feels, honestly, kind of tragic. Because this was a very, very evenly matched contest between 2 players who were pushing each other. And, if I had to score the match like through game 6, midway through that game, if I had to score it on points like a boxing match, I would say that maybe Jan is ahead on points. And then, 5 games later, we're done. I don't know. Queen h3 played.
Yeah, he just wants it to be over. Yeah, that's clear.
Yeah, I mean it's just like it's an insulting thing to say, which is why I'm preferring not to say it. But it does feel like he just doesn't want to be there anymore. Because, like, honestly, saying that about an elite competitor like Jan. From the outside, you should not really be saying these things about people because it's we're being very harsh, not to his play, which, I mean, this is not chess played particularly well. We both, like, all of us know that, but we're also kind of making assumptions about his character, which I really dislike making. But I don't know how else.
So one more time, Peter. Is there any chance that I survive after knight f5?
I'm trying, like fe and then maybe rook d2, rook g2. But my feeling is this is made. Like fe, rook d6, rook d2. But this has to be made somehow. Even knight e3 seems like I should just be made.
I mean, queen g3,
yeah.
king f1, knight e3 wins material.
Everything.
Yeah,
I mean, if I want to win material, I can win it in like 10 different ways here. Like this is winning. Mm-hmm. Because the queen ending will be like 2 pawns up or something. Everything is winning.
EF rook d6, people say, by the way.
Huh, yeah.
I mean, if this
removing the support from the g3 square just ends the game, yeah, pretty much. There's no stopping rook g6. Yeah.
f5
f5
mistake.
Not f5, yeah, we're just more fuel to the fire. Yeah, I don't know.
Then it's
EF is a very solid move. Another one for like I actually had this little discussion in our group chat earlier today about, if this were a puzzle, a move like e3 takes f2 would have been very difficult for me to find, because as a kind of a starting move in the puzzle, you kind of don't look at checks and you don't look at captures. So knight f5,
it's too early, right?
Yeah,
too simple.
If this were like an example in a puzzle rush type of thing, I would look at quiet moves way before I started looking at captures and checks. So EF would be a kind of a difficult thing for me to spot. But like in a classical game, you do spot this idea. It's not the only thing that wins, but yeah, it does win on the spot because of this. You can't stop rook g6 check at all.
Yeah, but that's an illustration of somebody completely falling apart.
Yeah. And I mean, it's when Sergey was here a couple of games ago and he was saying that like Jan would never blunder c5, c6 in a blitz game. That felt like, maybe there would be some blitz games where Jan would blunder it, but honestly, this decision, you just don't even need to calculate anything. And like d takes e3 is impossible to miss. It's a capture in the first position that you look at. I'm legitimately running out of words to say about this.
Yeah. Obviously, Magnus will spend some time to make sure to pick the cleanest thing, yeah?
He has 40 minutes, he knows he's winning. He wants to make sure he doesn't miss something so that, no additional effort is required after today. I think some of the Alekhine Boголюbov matches were kind of one-sided, right? We're talking about the lopsided World Championship matches.
Mm-hmm.
But once again, this is the thing. It wasn't until it suddenly became one. It absolutely wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, look at first half of the match once again.
1 to 6. There was absolutely no indication that this will not be a very, very close fought thing until the very end. And, I think somewhere about that time, I think one of the Agdesteins said, I now think this is a 50-50. Which I understand maybe was some kind of an attempt at the reverse jinx or something, but but seriously, it looked very unclear. And it will go down in the history of World Championship matches as a complete blowout. Which is, kind of unfair because it didn't look like a blowout for a bit. Yeah, and what Lorinda was saying that, 7-6-6-7, 7-6-6-0 is a thing that happens. And it's true, but still, this is just such a complete and utter, 42 all out. Or whatever the score is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Stuart Broad taking 8 for 15 at Lords. We all knew Jan could tilt. Yeah. We all knew Jan could tilt, but we also thought we all knew that he's become...
That he knew
that he's become much better.
Yeah.
And actually, what Misha is saying in chat, Karp Kasparov 84 would have been like this one if limited to so few games. Yeah, the format being different there is obviously very relevant, but also, Gary actually, just as the picture was during the break, Gary actually got his shit together, and the format allowed him to get his shit together, of course, because obviously, if this were, if the 84 match was, best of 16, after 5-0 it's just already over. There's nothing to play for. But also, he wasn't really tilting. He was getting outplayed. in the early parts of that match, I think. He wasn't tilting stuff away. He was just losing games to an opponent who was extremely strong and playing well. And, arguably at the top of their game. But yeah, obviously, he was down 4-0 by game 9, I think. And 5-0 by game... I forget, which... Do you remember?
No.
He lost the 5th one after a bit, but quite early. Yeah, I think it was... 27 sounds right to me, Shu Event Horizon, yeah. And then he started winning them back, yeah.
Yeah, I just remember it was like a bunch of draws and the score of a sudden became 5-0 and,
Yeah, I think, they drew like 17 in a row between 9 and 27 or something. Yeah, and then he lost one more, and then he started winning them back.
How long did it last? Like half a year or something?
It lasted someone... We all know it's 48 games, and
Kind of ridiculous amount.
But I kind of forget. I was obviously watching with great interest because by that point I was like an absolute chess fanatic and thought about nothing else. But time wasn't really a concept I was very interested in at the time. So yeah, I remember it was 48 games and I remember the numbers, but I don't remember the length of the match.
Why are subs not enabled on this channel yet? Because this channel is like 2 weeks old or
Yeah, I
something.
actually tried not figuring it out, but I messaged somebody who I thought maybe could help us out a little bit on that topic, but I haven't heard back. Because I think we're supposed to be way past the point where we should get affiliate for the channel, and then maybe we should have a button. But honestly, even without the button, the one good thing about working for this channel is that sort of immediate monetary rewards for it are not the most important thing. It's very nice to have people watching, and to actually being able to show that people do tune in and stay and watch us day after day. That is good, and that is something that I have been very happy about. But the fact that we currently aren't monetizing it at all on Twitch is of no particular great concern. He goes knight f5, which is sort of gratifying to me because I think e2 is much stronger, but I also think knight f5 is just such a normal human decision. Is there a way to continue without immediately losing here? I'm wondering if you can play d6 here just to stop the rook lift. And after knight h4, I want to play fe, knight f3.
You lose the queen,
but I want to go dc and claim that I will play rook d8 next move. And shockingly, I think maybe this one actually works. Although rook f8, queen f5, yeah, I don't actually even get... No, hang on, queen f5,
queen f5,
queen f5, c8 simply.
c8.
So this one might work, but I have a feeling there's ways to improve along the way. Like, maybe knight takes e1 is strong here, for instance. Although, once again, dc maybe.
Unnecessary complications.
Yeah, he's played d6. It does feel like it's really the only try, because if you allow the rook to reach the d6 square, all of these positions are just completely lost.
So maybe the match is not over yet?
I don't know, it has to be. I guess as people are saying in chat, you can just go c takes d4, d6, and this combo is just strong enough on its own, even without the rook.
Oh, you mean ef3?
Fe we can just take and just win technically. It's a bit sad, considering we could have given mate on the previous move pretty much, but it's still...
I don't know.
Huh. Somebody I can ban. Excellent. Is this still theory? Obviously, yes.
you've banned what?
I banned some viewbot promotion. Yeah,
The spammer,
some stupid-
the scammer.
Yeah, I
Actually, once upon a time, I used to have conversations with them. I mean,
on
while
this platform?
streaming. Oh yeah, well, just tell me more. Yeah, I'm interested in buying some viewers. You know.
Yeah. I mean, depending on mood, but like currently I'm in a kind of a weird mood, and I saw something to ban, and I thought, yeah, this will actually give me a dopamine hit for like 3 seconds. So. There we go. Somebody saying Magnus blundered, it went from -11 to -9. Yeah, this is exactly how this feels. Yeah, it feels like it should still be very, very comfortably winning for black.
Yeah, and imagine in some chats it'd be, oh, he made a red move,
Yeah.
but not here. Yeah.
Probably not here, yeah. Body language expert. Can I spam my local fish and chip shop? Absolutely. Chippies are very welcome in this channel. Shill us your best chippies. Volume 1 of the book of this match will sell a lot better than Volume 2, says Lorinda. Yeah. Even though it's kind of strange, seemingly, because Volume 2 will feature all of the decisive games, and nobody will want that. The Quads Pollux. The Quads Pollux is a good name for a chippy. I'll grant you that. How does Peter know about chips if he has never eaten potatoes before? I have never drank potatoes before. Let's be real here.
Yeah, let's separate one from the other.
I'm a Russian. I have eaten potatoes.
Have you heard, by the way? I mean, there's kind of this new healthy eating hipster stuff. Like, okay, it's not the potato, but they make noodles out of zucchini, which pisses me off. I mean, I like spaghetti the way they are.
Yeah, I've heard.
Recently I came across some restaurant or whatever it is, and they were offering like zucchini noodles.
Yeah, I've recently encountered this thing. I've forgotten the name for it, but apparently there is pasta which looks like rice.
Pasta.
It is still pasta.
There is a name which I've forgotten as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it is pasta, but they like make an effort to make it look like rice. It doesn't taste well, though. At least not to like I've had some recently, and I didn't really like it very much. No, we're not talking about lentil pasta or anything. It's like I mean, I don't know how else to explain it without using the same words, but it's wheat. It's
please come to Italy.
Risoni,
we have best pasta.
Orzo,
obviously, coming from an Italian, I've been to Italy and I absolutely adore the country. And okay, let me specify the food. The food is amazing. I mean, not that anything else is bad, but the food was absolutely
getting
amazing.
mad about Orzo in this channel. Yeah. This channel is now, fully dedicated to the discussion of Orzo and why you should never order it. How do we win this position, like, most comfortably, though?
How do we win most comfortably?
I'm very invested in the idea of this position being won quickly and painlessly, but mainly quickly. Drake meme, Orzo no, Uzo yes. Yeah, we endorse this message. Apparently there's no way to win instantly anymore. I cheated and checked a little bit. Black is still completely and utterly winning, but you kind of have to do it.
But by
we just start by like CD6 or queen g4 and then CD6. And the position is still completely and utterly winning for black. It's just that you no longer have like mate and 8 or whatever.
On the cooking subject.
Go on.
Do you cook, Peter?
Well, when it's you asking, the answer is just no. Basically, like since I have seen you cooking, whatever it is that I do cannot be described as cooking.
Yeah, that's my moment to show off a little. Yeah. No, I mean, see, it's this Italian-inspired conversation. Yeah, just thought that all of a sudden I was learning to make proper pastas, but you can't get the ingredients nowadays.
Everything is forbidden.
I mean, forbidden one thing, and then like to make proper carbonara, for instance, you need guanciale, which is a pork chicken. You can't really find. I mean, you find the stupid smoked bacon around, not guanciale.
I'm learning something today. I used to make carbonara. It did not feature any guanciale. It featured whatever it is I could find in the fridge. It definitely did not feature any guanciale, whatever that is.
You see, I'm getting kind of confirmation in the chat that at least I've heard of a proper recipe. I mean, I can pretend I was cooking this, but at least my recipe is not lying.
Absolutely not.
Also, will he take the pawn?
Eventually, I guess. I don't know. Cookie Monster says, I can't even get Isla Squatch where I am. It's probably because you're asking for Isla Squatch spelled like that. And people look at you in confusion and pretend they don't know what you mean.
Most important things are the bubblies. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
On the subject of bubblies,
keep your cool. In your line, you went with the queen from c2 to e6. I know what you... Oh, hang on a second. That's an interesting line.
Let's see.
Because there's a move missed there, which is... It's still not the cleanest solution, I think. But I understand what keep your cool means.
So all of a sudden...
We play rook e8, and then we give a check from e4. And then we go to e7. But it still allows white... Actually, maybe it allows white to win, yeah? Because I think I'm going... Instead of c8, I think I'm going takes rook d1.
takes rook d1.
And I'm actually winning this because there are no checks to the king on f2, and this is an actual queen.
No, I mean, I think we are walking dangerous path if we allow the pawn on c7.
The pawn on c6 has to be taken now. And whichever way you choose to take it is fine. As I said, I kind of briefly cheated, and you can do it this way, and then somehow you pick up the pawn on f4 later. Or you can just go cd, and then you also start collecting after queen e4, I assume. But yeah, it's an interesting miss, considering this is a classical game. I was also very much in favor of knight f5, but Magnus spent like 10 minutes on knight f5 here, and in 10 minutes you would assume he would have spotted that this just ends the game on the spot. Because there's no stopping rook g6 check at all, so black just immediately wins the rook for this queen in like 10 different ways.
Are we 100%?
Yeah, it's just that. Well, I mean, you can go rook e5, rook g5 if you prefer. If you prefer to prove me wrong, like you can go rook e5, rook g5 and stop the check this way, but I mean, it's also not very exciting.
Now, yeah, we can extend it, this discussion, because now in order not to get checkmated with g5 takes f4, you go f5, and then I give a check, and then I pick up the rook with the check, because you cannot go to the h file,
and so on and so forth, yeah. He's gone like, whoa, okay. Okay. I'm guessing after fe he'll just make some other move. War -4, says Lorinda. And yeah, I mean, the evaluation is dropping, but black is still winning, I assume.
The match is rigged. We are up to see a tiebreak. Magnus wins. Also joking.
Okay, back to -7, but took a while. Yeah, I mean, we assume this is lost. Yeah, I just... Sorry, I wonder why. I mean, I wonder how exactly. Like you have to still be winning here with black, but
You probably take the pawn.
Yeah, maybe just.
That's the secret.
Yeah,
That's the secret. You probably take the pawn.
I mean,
the king is so effed up. So
yeah, but
you take the pawn. You still with the rook.
you want
even.
CD, yeah.
Yeah, I want CD still. Yeah, to preserve the rook. So maybe somewhere I go. Yeah, but how comfortable is that?
We are losing this position. I get.
Yeah, kind of. White's problem is that he cannot really untie himself, right? So I can
Exactly,
go
yeah,
d5
just d5
and
from
then
d6, I guess,
d6.
anyway.
And so.
Yeah, I mean, not the cleanest, but I don't think he.
Yeah, but once again, that brings us to back to the point of why on earth you play this, whatever he played to allow the exchange, like g3, g takes f4.
Black now made a couple of inaccurate moves in a row and are still completely and utterly winning. So, yeah, it's not a 3-bet. Yeah, if you've just tuned in, the reason there is even a discussion about this position is if you go knight f3. After both, I think knight takes e1 and queen h2 check, white just goes dc. And it becomes a little bit messy, both in this position and in the other. Like queen h2, we win a full queen seemingly, but this will cost us something. Depending like on what we choose to return here, but dc with rook d8 next move actually wins material back for white. So the game is... in this line, definitely still very much ongoing. Yeah, curious that it hasn't been put to bed more convincingly by Magnus. But not shockingly at all, he is still winning if he sort of catches himself in time and reasserts control. Maggie throwing for content. Yeah, I mean, he actually does like creating content, but I don't think he likes it enough to throw games of the World Championship match which make him world champion. He's...
for the memes.
Yeah.
Just like...
Jake with a very nice troll saying engine stop line is check and then check back. Implying that the engine stop line is a perpetual, but obviously then the engine does something else. But I mean, we wanted excitement today. We got some sort of, excitement for a given value of excitement.
We've got a very exciting discussion on carbonara recipes in the YouTube chat, which I've endorsed, and therefore I'm very happy it's happening right now. There were no quick wins that he missed. There was one, right? So once again, Peter have already shown it. It was e takes f2 and then play rook d6 before the knight f5 move.
Yeah, that was the cleanest and the most efficient solution, which, as I pointed out, once chat told us this existed, I pointed out that e takes f2 is slightly counterintuitive because you bring the queen closer. You bring the queen closer to the defense, and in general, you kind of want the white pieces disconnected. But what the hell is happening now?
King f1, knight f3.
Okay.
So now if you take c7, you're actually checkmated in 2. If queen f2...
hang on. So queen f2...
I mean, if you take f2, take e1, I can probably take c7.
No, I think he wants queen h3 check or something.
And if king... so just take the rook. And now dc7, it's a check from g4 once again, yeah.
Which means that in this position you will be forced to take on e1 with something. And then,
but then
it's just...
No, this is...
Yeah, I think the cleanest solution is just do this. Because the pawn ending is completely lost, and otherwise you have to allow rook d2 check, which is also not very fun. But yeah, instead of winning basically by giving checkmate to the bear king, now Magnus will have to win some rook ending. Which I assume he will win. But it's a bit of a letdown because there is some, things on a grill right now which I'm not getting to.
Let's discuss grill. Okay, we've discussed pasta. Let's discuss grill. I mean, you providing us with topics.
Yeah, there were mentions of ribs and things.
Ribs and stuff. Yeah.
Those might still be on later, but we are getting into very dangerous territory because I think Jan just goes rook b1 here, and the game just goes on kind of hopelessly. This is about as bad a rook ending as you can find. But it's still a rook ending, which means that, even something like this, I can imagine black not winning this, like rook b5. This is no longer very clear.
Yep. But how did we get to
well,
this
we don't
position?
know how to win the position after queen f2 without allowing some endgames.
No, but endgame, how did you survive in this endgame? Come on.
Well, I
Show
played rook
me
b1.
once
I assume
again.
rook d2 check maybe is not even that precise, but okay, let's see. Let's see what Magnus shows us. Also, I think maybe if Jan actually, wants is a very strong word, but if Jan understands he can't avoid the endgame, he probably does it this way, right? Because it's kind of similar. It's very similar. So I played rook d2 here, white goes rook b1, and I played rook c2 to quote-unquote stop b4. But in fact it allows it anyway. That's how I got that position.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It'll be a draw.
If this game is drawn after 6.5 hours of a rook endgame, I will...
You will be
I
drunk.
will be quite unhappy.
No, but seriously, what's going on?
I have no idea. Because I think what happened was Magnus missed d6, and then he couldn't really sort of refocus and realize just how winning his position is, that he doesn't actually need to.
I mean, he's probably tilted himself as well in a different way, but he was not expecting, he won a very, very tough game, kind of first win, right? And then he was not expecting things to accelerate that fast.
Yeah.
Today maybe was the first time that he believed that, okay, the match finishes today and so on.
Yeah. All of those are reasonable, but still. Not finding ef2.
He's much more experienced.
Yeah, not finding f2 is already slightly surprising considering his the standard of play he has displayed so far and sort of over the course of his career. And then, the decision to go in with knight h4 when I think, the more you think about some kind of position with c takes d6, the more you realize white is still completely helpless, and you don't have to cash in. You're just winning. Time pressure? I don't think he's under any time pressure at all. He still has 20 minutes. And he had 45, I think, when he started thinking here.
Okay, queen h3.
Yeah, queen h3 played, and Jan is choosing between queen g2 and king e2, which I think come basically to the same. I don't think there's any kind of significant difference. And I think you kind of have to choose queen g2, sadly, because in this position, Magnus can choose not to play the rook ending at all. I don't know, give a check and take with the pawn or something, or take with the pawn immediately. And with the queens on the board, I think it gets converted much easier. Honestly, even the queen ending might be completely lost, and you can't really avoid the queen ending. Some position like this, the h-pawn kind of wins, because you can never offer a queen trade. The fact that you're pawn down here basically completely condemns you, because the h-pawn just runs, and since you can never ever offer a queen trade, you just basically have no way of stopping it properly.
So queen g2, you think, is the move?
So yeah, I think
Right.
like if you want to prolong the game and like genuinely
D-fight.
genuinely have some chances of escaping, I think you have to do this.
Yeah, but then you take on d6.
But go king f3, yeah, and
maybe rook c6, rook
rook
c4
rook
something.
c6, c4 does look very, very logical. I mean, I'm pretty sure the endgame is lost to begin with, but you do have to show some technique. Queen g2 played, so we will get this endgame. So it's a bit of a downer, honestly. Considering that, like, I still believe that the result will not actually get changed by this. It's going to be.
Will the match be over today if Carlsen wins? Yeah, the match is kind of, it says 14 games, but in fact it's first to 7.5.
What do you prefer on your shashlik? Lamb?
Strangely tend to prefer fish over meat lately, but you know, some salmon. What glass is that, Peter? It is a glass.
What are they called? Like a. No, these are like
No?
Glencairns or something, yeah? What are they called?
Imagine
they're called
trying
Glencairns,
to
yeah.
find glass number 5.
I actually got it right, which I'm reasonably proud of. Things to be proud of, number 27. Being
Shashlik, the best food I ate in Russia. Interesting, it's not of a Russian origin. If we have this culinary discussion, right, strangely, there is no such thing as Russian main course. No, seriously. I mean, it's always been an empire, and it kind of imported all the main courses. So you have variety of soups that people find amazing / disgusting.
Yeah.
And the very specific thing which is called zakuski, or starters. Starters doesn't really describe
yeah, like
it.
starters / appetizers, but they're not. They are very specifically food you eat with drink.
Yeah.
It's very much part of the drinking culture together with eating culture. So those are
cooking stream when we'll need to to set up it properly, but we might one day.
Unlike the UK, which has curry burgers and pizzas.
Curry burgers and pizzas, obviously traditional.
No, I'm pretty sure pelmeni is also imported from some Turkish cultures. It's not a.
I mean, it's kind of Siberian, right? Pelmeni, but you know where it's headed. I mean, it's dim sum. It's China and moving west.
Basically, a lot of people in chat appear to be acquainted with the word borscht, but I guess nobody knows what she is. And she apparently used.
There is no such word in English.
And that used to be a main course, right? That used to be a dish that.
Basically, you cook. Imagine, guys. I mean, how what a wonderful ambience you create in your. It's not even a house; it's a hut of some sort, right? When you're cooking a sauerkraut, as Germans would say,
cabbage-based dish,
right?
Yeah,
cabbage, but not cabbage, but pickled cabbage. It's pickled cabbage, which you slow cook for I don't know how long, 24 hours. If you're lucky, you stuff some meat in, but not everyone was. That
it depends on how well off you are. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
We just finished our huge huge ball of Xi, and I'm very sad because it was excellent. Olga's Xi is to die for.
Any dish with vodka is typical Russian.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rook
yeah,
did
yeah. As my Turkish friends were saying, like when we had the discussion what will go well with doner kebab, and they obviously, I don't know, because I was asking, like, is Iran, which is, well, of a Turkish origin, I believe, yeah, okay. I mean, that region anyway. Or shall we take water? And they obviously said, yeah, no, Coca-Cola and doner kebab. Together through centuries, you know, traditional drink.
Traditional drink and traditional. Yeah, so all of my line is actually on the board. Like Rook G2, Rook B1. I'm actually becoming a bit worried for. But maybe you go C5. Maybe this is the quote unquote culture here.
Visit Belgium, you'll be surprised of the variety
With the
of
idea
foods.
of doing
well,
this.
Belgium is absolutely amazing. I mean, really rated very high.
Apologies for distracting the cooking stream with some weird wooden pieces that I'm attempting to move on a virtual board.
Yeah. Those are not even wooden. They are imaginary pieces. But C5, yes.
Because I do want to stop before from happening. People are saying G6, but I don't know. Like I would like to have a convincing answer to, like, maybe Sese wants to play something like this, but I'm worried I will not win this position. Like some position like this, I genuinely start worrying that it might just be a draw. Not even a draw because I'm an idiot, but like an objective draw.
But
yeah,
like
but
a
draw. Which is very different. Sese just takes on before. Yeah, that's a better point. Yeah, you can just take on before, and after CB you actually do lose to Rook A2.
You win,
and if you take with
like
the Rook,
that?
I guess there's just no threat. You can go, I don't know, Rook with that. Some move, some piece, some square, and Magnus
like
is
Rook
Sese confirmed. Magnus is Sese confirmed.
When will Nepo seconds be revealed?
After the match, but I think, we've had some info. Podkin is there. Sergey Karjakin, who was on our stream for a bit, basically. He didn't call himself a second, but he said we played thousands of training games, which, amounts to a very similar thing. In general, Jan did say that it's very similar to his, brigade for the Yekaterinburg candidates. And we kind of know what that was.
So before pawn takes...
And yeah, Jake says Rook A2 anyway, to meet Rook C4 with C5 and not have to worry about A5 because we can take with the Rook.
Okay, I like this setup. I would go F5 next move with black, if allowed.
Yeah, F5 in particular, and then just kind of this guy never moves again. It's still winning for black, yeah, but by this point they would have been giving press conferences already if he played the F2.
What about Dubov? Team Nepo or Magnus?
I think
Team Dubov.
Yeah, I think he's Team Dubov, and I think that was like a conscious decision by both teams, because I think both Jan and Magnus are on very good terms with Daniel, and I think they both kind of decided not to put him in a weird situation where he had to choose, which I very much understand and probably appreciate if I were him. Yeah, Rook A2 played. Yeah, the issue is you can't really develop much counterplay, so I guess eventually the king just comes to the center and then you start, and the h pawn getting pushed also distracts your king, but still. This is a winning rook endgame, and this is mate in 3. Sort of, not literally, but sort of.
would Rapport play the next candidate? He would
Yeah,
if he
if he
could.
qualifies, I assume he gets into the Grand Prix very, very easily by rating. So he has a chance. He needs to do well in the Grand Prix series. He might get in. Why are you showing me this stupid main board? Yeah, Magnus so bad he missed first win. I mean, no, not really. That's not really what I'm saying, Seville, but I will admit I'm not altogether ecstatic about the prospect of watching a rook ending like this for the next 2.5 hours.
Unless we drink.
Unless we drink, yeah.
I'll say it in explicitly.
I have been drinking for what, an hour now, so
Yeah, I've run out, so I'll go for a refill if you don't mind. Yeah. And answering the question, while I'm still kind of in a state of answering questions, had Miro been to, or had Miro been sunbathing lately? There was something like that in a YouTube chat.
You do look very tan.
Yeah, so I can give you kind of give you two options. One of them is correct and the other is wrong. So one would be Miro is fond of using auto tan. And the second one, the freaking light in this room where I'm streaming from does not kind of reflect my skin color properly. And guess what? What of those two is correct? I'll be back soon.
If Svidler is salty about casting a lost rook ending endgame for 2 hours, imagine how Nepo feels. Yeah, it's definitely not fun for Jan either. Jan, I think, was kind of very ready to get mated somewhere around here. I think he played g3, sort of in expectation that it might lose, but if it does lose, it kind of loses quickly and his suffering is over. I think that's sort of the conclusion I'm coming to if I have to explain what g3 was, because, like, it's a mistake. If we talk about the objective strength of this move, it's a mistake of a magnitude that it kind of dwarfs even like c5, c6 from game 9, honestly. Because c5, c6, it's a kind of a strange situation there. You don't very often see positions where the bishop, which is not even in the corner, gets trapped so convincingly that you cannot rescue it with your move. Like, it's your move, it hasn't been attacked yet, and you can't actually get to it. Those situations are rare. g3 you just know is bad. Like, Jan is a very, very strong chess player. It really not rocket science that this is not good. But now that he will probably still end up losing, but it will take so long, yeah, he's probably not enjoying that idea very much. I guess king e4 we just start pushing. I guess we just go h5, like king d5, h4, and we win this way because... although, I mean, how easy is this? We just go rook b1 here.
Is that something that can potentially
Well, sort
happen?
of. He played king e4, and I was discussing the idea of just pushing the h-pawn, and Magnus has played h5 already.
Mm-hmm. And then what? King
king
d5?
and
right?
yeah, the question is how do we react to this? Do we react to this at all? Do we have to care? So I got to this position, and people are saying rook g2, but I mean rook g2 they play rook h1, and I don't think this play is quick enough. I mean, let's check. f6, king b6, g5, takes. Maybe it is fast enough. a5, g4, a6, g3, a7. I guess we give a check and then we go rook h2. This probably is completely winning, actually. Yep. Yep. Although, like, we end up, I think, most likely what ends up happening here is we have to win queen against rook, right? In some fashion. We can take on a7 or we can play rook a3 or whatever.
Hang on. Can we go g2, g1 Okay, welcome back. I believe it was a very, very nice explanation. The only problem is that we couldn't hear anything. No. Peter's still muted. People say, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I can hear Peter. So I should repeat what you're saying. So he said it's not muted here.
Hello? Okay.
You're
I
muted
wasn't
in
muted in
OBS.
OBS, it just wasn't picking up the mic. It was definitely unmuted. I have no idea what happened there.
And now?
And now we're back. I have no idea what that was.
Now it's back. So cheers, Viva la France for producing, a very nice apple-based drink.
Ah, so you're back on the Calvados train. Should
Yep.
have also maybe tried that.
Kind of works better for me when the plan is to actually kind of get sober after the stream and try to work a little. Yeah, because whiskey, it's got a one-way ticket.
Yeah. And that was very unkind, Bakuz, because basically I almost did a spit take with my just barely taken sip of a very good whiskey, and that would have been quite painful. Bakuz said sound throwing for content, for content, and that's exactly what we're doing on this channel.
Wait a second. How did we ended up with the rook on c7? You were explaining that, yeah.
Yeah, rook
something will
a3.
happen
Rook a3 looks
in
like
this
a
case.
very, very nice move here. I think the way to continue is actually to play c4, because if you take on e3 here, we go king c6, and if you play rook e7, maybe I go c5, and maybe I claim that I've created a passer. I assume this is completely lost somehow, but...
I wouldn't be so sure. Yeah, I mean, at least you do have some sort of...
Yeah, and rook a3, rook c4, this is exactly the position that we were discussing earlier. We go h4, rook c7, h3, and white genuinely has no way to get the rook back to the first because the king on d5 is in the way. So this is a queen.
Breaking news from Neil that Magnus is down to only 11
totally winning moves. Yeah. Which
I don't think is true, but it makes for a nice meme.
Might be. Although 11 is a bit high. 11 is basically...
Yeah, that's
like
what
in
I
this
mean.
position, 11 pretty much exhausts all of your legal moves. Like 1... Okay, let's clear the board and start
you have 6 moves with the pawn, 4 with the king, and 1 with the rook. I don't think a move like c7, c5 wins all of a sudden. Neither b5. So I mean, you can go by the process of elimination.
If h4
and find
f5
out
g5 is kinda draw. Lol. Says Worthick.
What?
I don't know if you like. Is this true? Is this in this position or in the one with the rook on a3? People are claiming that this is somehow a draw.
But how is that a draw?
I'm guessing rook g4, f6, king e6, king g7, rook d4 or something.
Rook d4. Yeah, so Magnus kind of f's it up.
Well, hasn't been played yet. So, I mean, first off, he would have to play h4, and then after f5, he would have to realize. I mean, not realize that this is a problem, because I assume.
But wait a second, h4 is minus. Hey, come on. I mean, I don't think.
No. I think it's specifically the move g5. I think probably f5 h3 is still completely winning, but f5 g5 might not be. I think this is the point. I think this is the point.
Yeah. Cookie Monster has the point. People also calling famous Gruza whiskey. So what's then? Yeah, people say this is a draw.
Yeah.
And yeah, a bit harsh, but yeah, good point.
Very tempted to start bringing up more birds on screen. I have some birds prepared. I've only shown one so far, but I have more birds. Yes,
birds only stream. Yeah,
I
go on.
do have more
Go
birds. Let me. I need some work done. Hang on.
What can I say, Peter? If tomorrow's stream is happening at all, I genuinely will start drinking from move 1 or even before move 1.
Yeah, I think that's.
And I'll prepare.
I think that's very
properly
clear.
this
Yeah, I
time.
think there's just no question whatsoever. Yeah. So on the topic of, I don't know what that bird is. Hang on a second. I'll add some more birds, and then we'll go through them one by one. Although I was planning to sort of premiere them on my stream, but okay, it's too late now, I guess.
Thoughts on bourbon? While you're looking for your birdies, I'm asking my thoughts on bourbon. Not a big expert, to be honest. I mean, I thought it was like, kind of not the right booze and also from the wrong side of the pond. But then yeah. Well, we've been in States. I think we found.
Yeah, there
quite a
were
few
some
interesting
very
ones.
drinkable bourbons when we were in St. Louis for like a month and had to find alternative entertainment. Okay, so let
Good old times,
let me find somebody in chat I can address this to, because like these birds were like I prepared them specifically to be able to reply to things happening in chat, but so far chat is behaving so well that it feels like I'm just like being rude for no reason. So let's assume. I mean, that's just we moths have everything under control. Okay, then this particular bird, then Jake, is addressed specifically to you. And then there's this bird. Okay, done with the birds for now. He played Rook C2 for whatever reason. I guess it's a version of Rook A3, which will not allow us to take on E3 if White plays C4, but on the other hand, will allow us to do some other things. So if C4, I assume he pushes now, and the comparison is, in this position we will be able to take on C4, and King takes B6 immediately loses to Rook B4 check, I guess. So Black is completely winning.
Honestly, as someone who has an experience not winning
Exactly,
something
yeah.
like that, I would actually think of capturing the A4 pawn. Be winning in the Rook endgame, because this, I mean, it's still kind of he pushes it all the time. Yeah, that I believe this is just dead lost.
Is it? How do we convert this?
I protect.
So you protect. You don't go Rook E4, Rook E3, because I think maybe the cleanest way is to go Rook E4, Rook E3.
Rook E4, Rook E. Yeah, you might.
I think
be
this
right.
this might actually be simpler. I'm not 100% convinced, but I think this might actually be simpler.
No, but I also thought that I'm kind of protecting the investors by going Rook A2 and so on.
So
I mean,
we go Rook
I don't
A2
know
and it starts running towards...
If any of the chats is aware of Gary Gensler memes, but yeah, the protector.
But maybe we're just in time with this, though.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Yeah, connected pass pawns. I was told those are good.
Yeah, that's a fair... Like, if F6 G5 wins, of course I withdraw all of my quote-unquote disagreements. Jan played Rook D3 instead, and after Rook D3, once again, we kind of have to calculate only one line. And that line appears to be just completely lost for white. Because, I mean, here I probably do have to play rook b3 check, but I mean, it's not going to be a very difficult conversion, I don't think. h1, I don't know. a5, I go queen d5. And I collect everything with check. Like, all the pawns will fall. And...
so you might be back to the plan of sacrificing your piece for the passed pawn and then promoting the 2 pawns.
Eventually,
right?
eventually,
I mean, it's
yeah.
just that it's a wrong piece, so typically it happens in the rook ending like that.
Why isn't Magnus pushing the Harry? Yeah, he will be, yeah. h4 played. And now they get... Yeah, I mean, I was kind of worried Jan will start thinking, but I don't think it's very feasible. So the big question is, do you play rook d3 check, or is there something cleaner? But I think you do play rook d3 check here, because leaving the a pawn alive, like playing rook e3, rook h1, you might actually fail to win this position. Occasionally. Because this gets very annoying very quickly. So we get here. There's no point trying not to take on b6, because you still have to take on b6 eventually. There's like if you do this, you will just lose to something very prosaic.
Also, I think it's about the time we stop the chess analysis.
Also that, yeah.
Because Lorinda says every legal move that does not involve blundering a rook and not a b5 move wins.
I mean,
King h8 is lethal.
King h8 is lethal.
No, imagine Magnus playing King h8.
Yeah. Extended BM, yeah, the good old extended BM. But yeah, I mean, obviously you play h3, h2, rook takes c3, and also, yeah, I feel like neither of them is stopping, because this is a very straightforward line. Yeah, you go h2, you go rook takes c3. I think Jan takes, and I mean the big question we have remaining is, does Jan continue here after rook b3 check or not? I don't legitimately know the answer to that anymore. Like, it very much depends on like what state he's in, whether he wants to, continue punishing himself mainly. It's not really punishing Magnus, it's punishing himself. But there are some very, very small, but still not 0% drawing chances here.
Yeah, I think King h8 does not really equals to emote and pass. It's more of a heal your opponent's face.
King h8 is, I heal my opponent's face and emote. Very important, and emote. Yeah,
the light
absolutely. I mean, maybe you go f6 here anyway. Yeah, maybe you do this, and maybe you win this way. Like takes, a5, you go g4. a6, g3, rook h1.
Why rook h1?
I mean, yeah, I don't know why rook h1. a7, rook a2, and now rook h1, I guess, yeah? Well done, Kritin, yeah. Exactly. It still ends up being queen against rook, I think. I don't think we can avoid queen against rook here. I know,
so what do you do?
In this specific position, we can play rook a3.
No, but
are we back? Yeah, we're back to g2, g1. I keep on forgetting about g2, g1. What am I talking about? Yeah, g2, g1 continues being completely winning. I'm losing my mind.
Queen b1 check, king goes, we take, and then...
Yeah, the point is, without these two guys, it would be a draw. But with the two...
Interestingly, with one of the guys not being there and the other guy being on c4, it would be
specifically c4, yeah.
c4 or a4. You control b5, c5 or a5.
I can arrange.
Yeah. Like takes and something. King b8. No, actually, this loses because queen b6. No, I don't know. King a6, queen a3. Okay, let kind of get on the right track. Yeah, and then check on b4. And you go to c7.
Yeah, you don't have a check from b5. Basically, the point here is that
you need the b5. You cannot force the king to a.
You need the check from b5 to go queen a6, queen b6 check. And with the pawn on c4 or a4, there is no that square. Specifically, that square is very important. But the one, yeah,
Yeah, and same with c5, a5
yeah.
because
But
you
the one we
B6.
get in the game is very, very,
Absolutely
it's very
winning, yeah.
straightforwardly winning because here,
b5 is now 0-0. I mean, black plays
yeah,
b5.
because
come
obviously
on.
with the pawns here, we can just play queen c7 in this position, and next move we go queen c8 mate. So yeah, there's no intrigue here. So I guess just f6 g5 is maybe the lethalest of lethals right now. The most lethal of all lethals in this position. But rook c3, rook e3 is not a mistake either. And Magnus will now, I guess, spend some time making sure that he's not blundering something stupid. Yeah, the only not winning moves are b5, rook c1, and h1.
I would offer you to buy Magnus
Yeah.
beard. I mean, if any
Yeah,
of
it's
those
kind
moves
of
have-
curious that even, let's say, rook d2 is completely winning in this position, which is a move that...
Yeah, which you expect to be the race, right? I mean, this position. I mean, sort of the race. But maybe by playing rook d2, you're kind of making an argument that the pawn is untouchable on b6.
Yeah. I think he knows that rook b3 check is very easily winning, so he doesn't want to calculate.
Mm-hmm.
You can also maybe even improve... No, you can't. No. This is how it gets tricky. I was going to suggest
that's
you can play rook
exactly-
e3 and play rook b3 check on the next move, having already picked up the pawn on e3, but allowing rook h1...
But yeah, but
Yeah, allowing rook h1 would be... completely unnecessary. Because now I think our f6 g5 play doesn't get there anymore, so you might not win the game at all. Yeah, rook b3 h1. There's a pause, which I assume means that Magnus wants to make sure that he first places the pawn on...
he's just checking the table base.
No, I mean, the rules of how you're supposed to queen your things is they have changed a little bit over the years. So now you have to do it very, very specific way. Like you can't. I think like I don't think you can leave the pawn on h1 at any point. Like you need to sort of make the move. You make the move with your hand, showing that it goes from h2 to h1. Then,
And also, you can't really remove it from h2. So you first put it on h1, but you still kind of keep the hand,
exactly.
Connection.
Yeah, and I had a very funny experience, like a personal experience on that topic. I was playing, I think it was in the Tbilisi Grand Prix, World Cup. I was playing against Viktor Erdos, and we got to the tie breaks. And before the tie breaks started, the arbiter very specifically, because I think it was in his game, I think he was playing somebody in the previous round, and there was some kind of brouhaha connected specifically with somebody, I think it was actually him, not queening the pawn properly, and his opponent, I think, I don't remember the details exactly, but basically the arbiter gave like a 5-minute speech to players in the World Cup who are supposedly like qualified professionals who qualified for one of the most important tournaments of the calendar. And we both kind of chuckled before the game that, haha, they're telling us the rules of chess again. And then we played an incredibly complicated game, and at some point, I had to play e7 takes f8, which was, queen or rook doesn't matter. Like, it's a check, and it will immediately get recaptured back. Like, black has no other move. So I already counted both of those ply in my head. Like, I already played ef for me, and rook takes f8 for him. So I just went e7 takes f8, and just kind of left the pawn there. And he looked at me like in absolute shock. And I also look at the board, and I realized what I've done. And I think if this were a blitz game, that's a game loss now. But that was a rapid game, so he got an additional 2 minutes, but his position was by this point completely lost anyway, and it didn't really matter. But like, specifically that day, when the arbiters told us not to do that.
Yeah. No, but Peter, can you tell me, as a universally acknowledged chess professional, can you tell me what's the big deal about all this bullshit? I mean, why can't I make a move the way I like, with my ass, with my feet, and then the moment I press the clock, the move
I
is
have
done.
no idea.
What's the big problem with that? I mean, there are specifically two moves in chess which is more convenient to make with two hands. It's castle and pawn promotion, and yet those bastards they force me all the bloody time to change my habits. So to start castle with the king, with the rook. Okay, kind of old people. They were fine making castle with the rook, right? I mean, starting with the rook. And then pawn promotion. I mean, I'm a freaking grandmaster. I have no idea how to promote the pawn nowadays. So it was a bit of a rant, but really, I mean, what's the big
I'd pay
point
more
of
to
it?
see Miro make a move with his ass, says Killer Logic. Don't we all? Yeah, I think this is a universally accepted statement. That would be a pay-per-view that many people would very happily subscribe to. King A7 played, and yeah.
I'm afraid I'll have to move to the other platform,
Yeah.
so that only a fans of mine would be welcome there.
So E3 and F4 are now dead because you cannot go. Yeah, I mean, okay, you can actually play. Yeah, that's a very clever trick. I was about to suggest Queen D8 check in this position.
Queen D8 isn't bad,
Which is actually a bit of a mistake, as I now realize. So how do we? There has to be a way to win this pawn now somehow, no? Because if there isn't, maybe there's been a bit of a misplay from Magnus. I guess, I mean, Queen D6 is always a very good fallback position. Just play Queen E6 and take on E3 next move. It was mate in 3 already, now back to mate in 30. Pretty sure it wasn't mate. I mean, mate in 3, no. There was no mate in 3. Why are you lying to us? Yeah, computer suggesting mate in 30 is not a surprise at all. I mean, we know this position is lost. The question is how to win it the most cleanly. What you don't want to allow is some sort of a setup with like the pawn on a6 and the rook on b7 before you've collected anything on the king side. Because white never actually...
Not if you can play Queen D5 in this position. I mean, pawn on a7, you force the pawn to a7 and play Queen D5, and then you're not sad.
And yeah, well, it wasn't mate in 4, it was win in 4, which is not the same thing. It was basically Sese...
I kind of reached...
yeah, exactly. Sese was reaching a table-based position by in 4 moves there. Yeah, those are not the same. Yeah, King G7 is actually very clever, because he has...
I was about to suggest, but apparently I'm too weak, too slow.
Very strong, but a bit too slow. Yeah. Queen D8 is back on the menu. Now that rook B8 doesn't win a queen.
Yeah, A6 apparently loses to Queen E6.
This is the very nice point.
Yeah, that's
Queen E6, attacking this, and
rook A3, Queen C6, and
whatever. Any of those things. Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure. That also.
Any of those things. Yeah. Feels like this might be a good place to just kind of resign, because I don't think you can even keep the A5 pawn alive. Maybe rook B6 keeps the pawn or whatever, but then like your entire king side falls and you still haven't progressed your game plan. Like rook B6, maybe even I go Queen C5 first, make you play rook A6 and then I take, to be excessively cruel. Yeah. I think your reaction is entirely justified, Winterbrew. This is what we were doing when this was happening live. We were very much going WTF all the time. Like the entirety of the time. When the G3 sequence was G3 GF sequence was being played out.
Yeah. My expert opinion on this one is that Magnus is going to win.
The game is over. Yeah, Queen C5. Yeah, this is where you resign. This is where you realize the game is just completely and utterly over and you give up. Well, congratulations to Magnus. He is once again the world champion. We expected it to happen sort of today or tomorrow. It happened today. Today has not been a good day for Jan. There appears to be like a very, very obvious need for some healing time. He is not playing as somebody who is
GG well
who is
played.
in any kind of a good place.
That's correct. Yes.
Jeej indeed, yeah. Not a lot to say about this particular game. It seemed very, very level, and then Jan kind of blew himself up for.
Went for a noble Sudoku.
Honorable Sudoku indeed, yeah. And
or Subaru, whatever you call it.
I think like the post-meta way of saying this thing is to actually choose a word which is not 6 letters and doesn't start with an S. Like an honorable Mitsubishi is.
Yeah, so it's kind of
like
once again
going one step further. I think is.
But post common sense era, as I've described it to you right before the stream. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, not much to say about today, but the match in general. Right now feels like such a letdown because for the entire first half it felt like we were in for a really, really exciting spectacle with both of them going very hard at it and nobody really gaining any kind of an advantage, and then Magnus won 4 out of the next 5 with Jan's kind of well-documented problems maintaining the same level of play sort of reappearing with a vengeance in this match.
Yeah. Also, on a serious note, Honorable Hikaru works nowadays. I think that actually goes in a kind of the dictionary of memes on this channel.
Yeah, that is really, really well played. Really well played and well done, Rembedausch. I'm probably mispronouncing that as well, but yeah, wanted to shout out.
But yeah, but that's. I mean, if we ever get an affiliate and we start with with subs and emojis, I mean that certainly has to.
This probably goes on the list. Yeah, we probably commission a Honorable Hikaru emote, and we need to take a long, hard look at ourselves to figure out what goes into that emoji. So we cannot possibly get that wrong. It has to be absolutely spot on. I think we're kind of done here. All that needed to be said has been said over the last 11 days. The whole match could have been so very different. That feeling that I can't really shake off that feeling, and I've had some conversations over the past days with people who know a thing or two, and it's like a general feeling that it could have been very, very different and very, very interesting to watch, and in the end became this kind of a procession.
Also, press conference when
not looking forward to that one. That one is sort of
being robbed of an amazing world championship match. Kind of, but that really this monster of a game, basically.
Would you like to play game 12 anyway?
That'd be hilarious. Magnus and Jan. A question to both Magnus and Jan. Yeah. I can imagine someone else.
Would you like to play game 12?
It's got to be, this one of the weird-looking journalists, like the absolute nerd, from the chess crowd. And well played, Magnus and Jan. And my question to both of you would be: would you like the game 12 to 14 being played anyway?
This is gold. Yeah. Thanks for that, Neil. That was very, very nice. I mean, honestly, after today, I don't even feel like doing some kind of a prolonged wrap-up. I think, we've expressed our feelings about the match. This feels... I mean, I'm staying away from the word unfair, because I don't think, any result Yeah, exactly.
Nothing is
exactly.
unfair.
Any result achieved over the board, with no outside influence is fair. They played, one player turned out to be stronger. This is the score. What's unfair about it? But there's definitely a feeling of a missed opportunity for Jan and for all of us as viewers, because what we were watching for 6 days and what we were watching for the next 5 after that, they have no, there's no connection point between those two things. It's just like the two halves of two absolutely different matches. And it's a great pity, because it looked like it might be one of the sort of the instant classics, and instead it turned out into, whatever that is.
I can tell you what that is, but I don't know if it will be. I mean, you've taken such a poetic note on wrapping things up, and I want to remind you of a term I think well-known streamer Joe came up with, and Murlocs are.
Yeah.
That was second half of the match.
Yeah. Regrettable. And some questions, a lot of swarms wanted to ask us, how do you both rate Magnus's performance this match? What do you think?
So Nepos, we are not.
We're kind of starting with Magnus, yeah.
He once again, I'm in a bit of a state, and also it's we try to keep it, in a poetic way. And so, it didn't start very well for him. I mean, he was obviously well prepared. He was doing his best, and yet something was not clicking. But then, in those vampire movies, so that the Nepo managed by his mistakes and so on to wake up some ancient creature, and the more blood he's draining, the stronger he becomes. I mean, apart from this game, obviously, or kind of maybe not stronger, but bloodthirsty in a way. So
that's actually
and people claiming that it could have been still like Gary with Tolia and 5-0 means nothing. No, I mean, if this match goes on,
it only gets worse.
It'd be +8. I mean, it'd be +8.
It would get worse, but no, that's actually a completely different direction from what I would have gone with, because I think I was about to say Magnus did enough. I think what this.
You mean he kind of turned into?
No, I think the first 6 games, he played fine, but he didn't play anywhere near his best, I think. And the match looked like, he wasn't pressing necessarily. I think he was better in one game out of the opening, or maybe 1.5 game out of the opening. He was worse in some games out of the opening. He held those quite comfortably. He didn't really get anywhere. The one game where he actually got an advantage out of the opening, he almost lost, which was game 2. And then, once Jan started collapsing, he basically just needed to be there to collect.
But he was.
This
there.
is what I mean. This is what I mean.
I mean,
he has done.
No, quite a number of people who would just win game 1 and make draws, try to make draws all the way. And by doing that, you actually would give Jan time to kind of reassess.
But this is not criticism at all. It's still a skill. You still need to be there. You still need to win every single opportunity, convert every single opportunity you're given. But I think the second half of the match was much more about Jan just sort of disintegrating before our eyes than it was about Magnus's skill. There was still some skill involved. Even Jan in really horrible form, beats people in tournaments. He's extremely dangerous, can still calculate, obviously today, praising his calculation skills might feel a bit weird, but he is still one of the best tactical players in the world, and is extremely dangerous even when he's sort of struggling with his personal demons, let's call it that. But still, this was not Magnus's best match by any stretch. But it turned out, it's a blowout because of I guess the impact Game 6 had on Jan. That would be how I would describe it.
Will we commentate on World Rapid and Blitz? Well,
first of all, is there a tournament? If there is a tournament, I might play. I mean, I was definitely playing in Kazakhstan. I had tickets bought and everything, but
he's still playing. Can you imagine, Twitch chat? Imagine playing chess when you're such a brilliant
playing chess in 2021. Yes, in current year.
Hang on. So Mr. Doji confirms it's in Poland, but the dates? Yeah, we've heard of Poland, but what are the dates? You mean
I
the
assume same dates.
So
yeah,
they are betting on being able to organize all the thing in like 2 weeks. Or...
Yeah, who knows?
Okay.
Same dates. I'll need to check because I don't know what the travel rules are for Russians traveling to Poland right now.
You just travel.
I assume it's.
That's how it historically has been. You just travel to Poland. You don't really care about the rules.
Yeah.
Okay, and I should probably leave this dangerous ground.
Yeah. I have a feeling this is going into some slightly dangerous territory.
Inappropriate direction. Yeah. No, but people were calling on us, kind of discussing Russia-Ukraine, which I wasn't ready to. Then and then Poland came about. So sorry, guys.
I can see that.
Obviously, that's a lot of trolling and yeah.
Anyway, I think much as I like actually sitting here and drinking, remotely with you, I would like to, take a stab and at getting Olga to actually travel to the thing, because the thing is actually kind of.
Okay.
Seriously outside the city, so it's like an hour and a half.
Yeah, but it's about the time you go. So the time you arrive, everyone's going to be drunk and still going to be, a lot of food and booze left.
I've warmed up
inside,
properly,
so
I think I'll be in the correct state if we actually go. Thanks everybody for watching. It really has been a pleasure streaming to a reasonably full house every day, and on the topic of what will happen to this channel, we will talk to Ilya, and hopefully we can find something that allows us to continue doing something occasionally.
Stay afloat.
It's not going to be daily. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be daily, but doing something on this channel would be quite nice. Yeah, and talking to Miro, I don't get to see Miro very often these days, but this at least gives me some outlet for my deep feelings. See you all sometime in the future.
Yeah. Thanks very much, guys, and see you